And attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. At this time, we will take Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We will take you into the staging lanes at this time. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We will take you into the staging lanes at this time for your first qualifier today. Here for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series, presented by TB Promotions, race number 2. Brought to you by Fab Machining. So at this time, we will take Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters into the staging lanes for your first of 2 qualifying sessions today. If you have not been to registration yet, you need to do so before you make your first qualifying run. You can do that in the bottom floor of the tower. And the media center, be sure and see Shauna and Brian. They'll get you taken care of down there. But at this time, we will take Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We will take you in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Once again, attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. We will take Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We will take you in staging lanes number 1 and 2, please. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We will take you into staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We need you in lanes 1 and 2 for your first of 2 qualifying sessions today. Here for race number 2 of the Verge Quick Outlaw Series, brought to you by Fab Machining. Here on this beautiful Saturday morning at World Wide Technology Raceway. Once again, we do need Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters in the staging lanes number 1 and 2, please. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We will take you into staging lanes 1 and 2 at this time. So once again, good morning and welcome to World Wide Technology Raceway. For this weekend's Carl's four-wheel drive bracket weekend number 5 and 6 and Verge Quick Outlaw Series presented by TB Promotions. Race number 2 brought to you by Fab Machining. We're getting things rocking and rolling just a little bit quicker than we thought here this morning. At this time, we do need Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We know it's just a little bit earlier than 10 o'clock. We're going to get you on the racetrack sooner than that. So we will take you in staging lanes number 1 and 2, please. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We need you into the staging lanes, please, for your first of 2 qualifying sessions today. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We will take you into the staging lanes for your first of 2 qualifying runs here today. At that rate, we'll put out a standby call for our Rick's Powder Coating 470 door cars. You guys are on standby. You guys will follow behind our Outlaw Trailers 450 dragsters. So we do need our Outlaw Trailers 450 Index dragsters in the staging at this time. And Rick's Powder Coating 470 Index door cars, you guys are on standby. So we get things kicked off this morning. We got Pro Eliminator going down the racetrack for their first of 2 time runs here today. Following them will be Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We do need you in staging now. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We need you guys in staging now, please. And Rick's Powder Coating 470 Index door cars. You guys are on standby. Have them ready and be ready to go here soon. Of course, we want to thank all of our great sponsors for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series presented by TB Promotions. Here helping make race number 2 brought to you by Fat Machining possible. Of course, our live stream round sponsors. Our live stream round sponsors here today. Alky Digger in round number 1. Pro Chargers Superchargers for round number 2. Hoosier Racing Tire. Jegs High Performance, Mickey Thompson Tires. And Fuel Factory, all bringing the Motor Mania TV live feed possible for you here this weekend. Be sure to like, subscribe, and share. Tell all your friends to keep a close eye on you from home. Of course, you can't forget the Featherlight Batteries, ultimate performer of the Verge Quick Outlaw Series here this weekend. Lay down a perfect run or have the best overall package of the weekend. You'll take home a brand new Featherlight battery and charger, courtesy of the fine folks at Featherlight Batteries. And with our qualifying here today, once we finalize qualifying tomorrow, your low qualifier awards brought to you by at 4 Flat Ultimate Outlaw Index MSR suspension and 450 Dragster Star Machine. And in our 470 door car category, your number 1 qualifier award brought to you by Mitchell Transmissions and Griswold Racing Engines. Of course, we want to thank our other great sponsors, Get a Performance, Honey Creek Collision, PBM Performance Products, Lincoln Electric, Low Car, Maxima Racing Oils, and Drag Race Solutions, all helping make the Verge Quick Outlaw Series possible. And once again, we do need our Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We will take you into staging lanes number 1 and 2, please. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We need you in lanes 1 and 2, please. Once again, we do need Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters into the staging lanes, please. We see you all starting to roll in now. Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. We do need you in staging, please. And at this time, we will roll our Rick's Powder Coating 470 Index door cars. You guys are on standby. Outlaw Rick's Powder Coating 470 Index door cars. You guys are on standby. We'll be calling you all very shortly. So get them off the Pro Jacks, get them ready to roll into the staging lanes with Rick's Powder Coating 470 index door cars. You guys are on standby. We will be calling you here very shortly. We do need our Outlaw Trailers 450 index dragsters in the staging, please. Outlaw Trailers 450 index dragsters. You guys are the next thing on the racetrack. We do need you into the staging lanes at this time. So we got our final Pro Eliminator car on the starting line now. And we will be rolling into our Outlaw Trailers 450 index dragsters here very shortly. So if you're not in the staging lanes, you need to be making your way there. Looks like we got about a half a dozen of our Outlaw Trailers 450 index dragsters back in the lanes. We do need you all back there, please. Now we're starting just a little bit before 10 o'clock with y'all, but if we can get your cooperation to help get down the racetrack, we will appreciate it. And once again, we do need our Outlaw Trailers 450 index dragsters for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series into the staging lanes, please. Outlaw Trailers 450 index dragsters. We will take you into the staging lanes at this time. Once again, we do need Outlaw Trailers 450 index dragsters. Outlaw Trailers 450 index dragsters. We do need you in the staging lanes, please. Outlaw Trailers 450 index dragsters. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. And at this time, we will take our Rick's Powder Coating 470 index door cars. We will take you into the staging lanes as well. Rick's Powder Coating 470 index door cars. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. Rick's Powder Coating 470 index door cars. We will take you into staging at this time.
Alrighty, looks like we got a couple more laps with the tractor out there. Verge 450 underneath the tower. Doing just a little scrubbing out there on the racetrack. Should be ready to go momentarily. Got the rotator spinning. Got the Hurricanado cleaning everything off out there. Alrighty, in the left lane, Jeremiah Hall alongside Richard Taylor. They're getting warmed up underneath of the tower. Doing just a little bit of rotating out there to get everything extra good for you. Both drivers side by side, pre-stage lit. Who's going to go in first? Going to be the right lane. Big reaction time advantage. Going to go to Tony in the left lane. Right lane going just a bit fast. 443. Tony in the left lane about 453 and 151 miles an hour.
That'll bring up our next pair here in Q1 for our Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters. Last year's world champ, KB Karsten Bloom, left side of the racetrack, looking to defend his championship spot this season as he looks over his right shoulder to see Gary Stinnett, the man behind Foggett, right side. Last weekend, had some success in the door car, looking to come out in the dragster and keep the wheels turning here at World Wide Technology Raceway. Once again, we do need our Rick's powder coating 470 index door cars. Rick's powder coating 470 index door cars. We will take you into the lanes as Gary Stinnett goes 444 with a 4 and a 156. Karsten Bloom 448.6 at 155. And attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. At this time, we will take S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. And this is the standby call. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pit area, please. This is the standby call for Barnscape Builders 4-Flat Ultimate Outlaw Index. Barnscape Builders 4-Flat Ultimate Outlaw. This is your standby call. Tire shake out of the right lane, runs on down, 456.6 at 154. Smith left side, 454.9 at 156. Next pair on the racetrack, Kenny Carson rolling up left side. And I believe that's Brian Cook over on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Once again, we do need our Rick's powder coating 470 index door cars. Rick's powder coating 470 index door cars. We need you in staging, please. And we also will take S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330 to the lanes, please. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you into the lanes, please. As Kenny Carson goes 456, Cook 453.9. All right, now sitting at the top of the sheets, Richard Taylor. What a 453. There's Jim Thurston Jr. rolls up on the right-hand side of the racetrack. 62 at the let-go. Small tire shake down low. Stops the clocks 471 at 151. To get that thing sorted out, get it closer to the 450 index number. Got just a small little cleanup on the left side of the racetrack. And we will get back into qualifying action here at Q1 of the Verge Quick Outlaw Series presented by TB Promotions, race number 2. Brought to you by Fab Machining. Once again, we do need our Rick's powder coating 470 index door cars. We do need you in the staging lanes, please. Rick's powder coating 470 index door cars. We will take you into the staging lanes. And we do need 450 Junior 330 powered by S&W Power Sports. 450 Junior 330. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. Morgan Napier left side. Let's go. 003. Connor Glasser right side. Misses the tree. Lets out of the gas early. 5:34. Morgan Napier 4:53.9 at 1:53. So Richard Taylor still sitting on top of the boards with a 4:53. Left side 4:58.7 of the Bucks 50. Right side 4:58.9. 153. Put them 9 and 10 on the qualifying sheet. Logan Jamison rolling up left side. And Jeremy Rourke rolling up right side here. Jeremy York rolling up right side. Once again, we do need our Rick's powder coating 470 index door cars. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. Rick's powder coating 470 index door cars. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. Once again, we do need S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you in the lanes, please. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. Jeremy York, 002, top pit of the racetrack, 4:53.6 at 1:53. Jamison, 13, right at the let go, goes 4:54.8 at 153. So it looks like we will be on hold for just a few minutes. Get a water leak to take care of on the race course. And we will get back to action here very soon. Once again, we need our Rick's powder coating 470 index door cars into the staging lanes, please. Our Rick's powder coating 470 index door cars. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. We also need our S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you in staging, please. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you in the staging lanes, please. And this is the standby call for Barnscape Builders 4-Flat Ultimate Outlaw. Be sure to get them warmed up off the jacks and ready to roll. We'll be calling you up here very shortly. Standby call is going out for our Barnscape Builders 4-Flat Ultimate Outlaw. We get the racetrack cleaned up, and we'll get back at it to finish out this qualifying session of 450 index dragsters. Once again, we do need our Rick's Powder Coating 470 index door cars. Rick's Powder Coating 470 index door cars. You should be in staging, please. Rick's Powder Coating 470 index door cars. You should be in the staging lanes, please. And we do need our S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. If you're not in the lanes yet and you need to be, S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We'll take you in the lanes, please. Right lane, 001, 458.9, 150, 151. Tyler Sizemore, 449.5, 156. Right lane, 451, 8, 152. Left lane, 458, 2 to buck 50. Believe that will put our right lane driver there right at the top of the qualifying sheet. So to go number one, you got to go 451, 8 or better here in queue number one. As we've got Jonathan Wagner backing up left side. I believe that's Cody Wiggins' right side. As we've got 470 index door cars rolling around the bend. And attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. At this time, we will take Barnscape Builders 4 Flat Ultimate Outlaw. Barnscape Builders 4 Flat Ultimate Outlaw. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. As Cody Wiggins goes 453.4 to buck 59. Jonathan Wagner 464.8 at 148 miles an hour. Drivers will come back to improve in queue number 2 as we are rounding out here in Q1 of our 450 index dragsters. We've got just a few more left to go for this qualifying session, and then we'll roll into our Rick's Powder Coating 470 index door cars. Once again, we need S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you in the lanes, please. And we do need Barnscape Builders 4 Flat Ultimate Outlaw Index into the staging lanes, please. Barnscape Builders 4 Flat Ultimate Outlaw. We will take you into the staging lanes at this time. Right lane 454 Ford 150. Tony Atchison. Car drove just a little bit left on him there. Lets out of the gas 5:23.6. And we'll look to improve on his next qualifying attempt. As we've got Sydney Wiggins rolling up on the right-hand side of the racetrack, part of the Get Him Performance Camp. As she will be our last dragster here. And our Outlaw Trailers 450 Index dragsters. Do a quick track touch-up before our Rick's powder coating 470 Index door cars. Sydney 007 at the let-go, 456.3 at 153. As that will round out our first qualifying session here. York will remain number 1 with a 451.8. Richard Taylor number 2 with a 453. And Terry Kamler number 3 with a 453.2. We're doing just a quick track touch-up. And then we will roll into our Rick's Powder Coating 470 Index door cars. Once again, we do need our S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. So once again, while it's quiet, we do need our S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you into the lanes, please. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you into the lanes. And our Barnscape Builders 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw Index. You guys should be rolling in. I see 2 of you there. We will take the rest of you in lanes number 1 and 2, please. And this will be our standby call for the Hub Saver Junior Dragster Pro. Standby call will go out for the Hub Saver Junior Dragster Pro. Our track prep is complete, and we will be rolling out our 470 index door cars brought to you by Rick's Powder Coating. Once again, we do need Barnscape Builders 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw Index. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. Barnscape Builders 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw Index. We will take you in the lanes. Barnscape Builders 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw Index. We will take you into the staging lanes, please, as our Rick's Powder Coating 470 index door cars are making their way around the bend. On the left-hand side of the racetrack, and the Cavalier, we've got DJ Monica, and he will be looking over at the Camaro of Chris Calkins. So burnout's complete. We're backing up, and we will watch the 410s Pro Tree drop and see who can drop the pin to try and go 470 here in Q1 of our Rick's Powder Coating 470 index door cars. Once again, we do need our Barnscape Builders 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw Index. Into lanes number 1 and 2, please. Barnscape Builders 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw Index. We will take you into staging lanes 1 and 2. Is we also have put out the standby call for the Hub Saver Jr Dragster Pro. The Hub Saver Jr Dragster Pro, you guys are on standby. We got pre-stage bulbs lit. Drivers bumping in ever so slightly. Bring it up on the RPM. The 410th Pro Tree drops. DJ 008 Red Chris Calkins. Wheels up over to the left. DJ Monica 477.5 at 151. Calkins shakes the tires down low on the wheelie bars. Tracks it right, lets out to go 502 at 136. DJ goes to number 1 for right now.
That was pretty cool. He said it basically did a wet, dry hop wheelie. Looked like the right door was flopping around. I think it was all over the place. The G-body, Malibu, wagon, net, 2-door, 4-door contraption. Sounds awesome. Looks awesome, though. Let's see what it does. That is Josh W. behind the wheel, getting lined up by the crew guy. All right, let's see which way this car, the right leg goes. They may have some suspension knowledge, I don't, but we're going to find out real quick. Oh, left lane. All kinds quick. 459, 152, right lane. Not bad. 476, 148 miles an hour. Reaction time's only about 5,000 apart. Joseph Ballard in the split window, going alongside Mark Bowman down there. Looks city cab pick him up truck. Little Dodger Spurge out of the left lane into wheelie bar height set. Both cars going to be sprayed off the line. All right, it looks like both drivers are ready now. And We're getting pre-staged, ready to go here. Last minute purge out of the right lane. Right lane 23 keeping it green. Left lane 002 in the red. Both of them pretty close though. How about a 467 left lane, 468 right lane on that 470 index. They are inching very close to where they want to be.
And a cart broke in the water box there is Aaron Glasser. Fly down solo on the left-hand side of the track. Once again, we do need our Barnscape Builders 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw Index into the staging lanes, please. Barnscape Builders 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw Index. Glasser right down the middle, 466.4 and a 152. It's a nice lap out of that Camaro. Car pushed out of the water box and get to our next pair. Once again, we do need Barnscape Builders 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw to the staging lanes, please. Barnscape Builders 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. So right now to go number one here, an Outlaw Trailers and Rick's Powder Coating 470 Index door cars. The number to beat's a 476.4. Is Dustin Martin. Rolls up left side. The representative for Outlaw Trailers. On the left side, looks over at Jason Griswold. Griswold, part of the Griswold Racing Engines crew. Last year's world champ for the 470 Index door car category. Looking to go back-to-back this year. Backing up from their burnouts. Both of these nitrous oxide assisted entries. Making their final purges of the bottle before they roll in pre-stage, stage, and soar on down the beautiful 8th mile strip here at a World Wide Technology Raceway. Once again, we do need Barnscape Builders 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw. Barnscape Builders 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. Barnscape Builders 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. Wheels up for Griswold to the 60-foot, top of the racetrack, 471.6 and a 144. Griswold will go to the top of the charts. 11 up front, 1 over 6. Griswold is ready to lay down laps here this afternoon and in tomorrow's points race. Dustin Martin, 25 at the let-go, puts it under the number, 468.3 at 149.
In the right lane is Gerald James going up against Big Jim Hugger in the left lane. Look at that, Jim goes 469 with a 7. How about that? little bit ambitious on the tree, though. Jared in the right lane. Watch him drive down track 5'11", 122, so going to have to make some adjustments on that one. But again, this is early in the day, so lots of things could easily be sorted out after a few passes.
We've got Rick Taylor rolling up left side, the proprietor of Rick's Powder Coating and the sponsor of the 470 Index Door cars here for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series. Is we do need Barnscape Builders 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw. We are rolling you guys around the bend here soon. Barnscape Builders 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw. We would need you in the staging lanes, please. And at this time, the call will go out for the Hub Saver Jr Dragster Pro. The Hub Saver Jr Dragster Pro. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. The Hub Saver Jr Dragster Pro. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. 790 lanes 1 and 2, 890 lanes 3 and 4, 1190 lanes 5 and 6, and 1390 lanes 7 and 8, please. Is Rick Taylor's 19 up front, goes 458.4 at 152. Right side driver shook the tires out there and let out of the gas down the way, 491.3 at 143. Once again, we do need the Hub Saver Jr Dragster Pro into the lanes, please. The Hub Saver Jr Dragster Pro. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. 790 Juniors, lanes 1 and 2. 890 Juniors, lanes 3 and 4. 1190 Juniors, lanes 5 and 6. And 1390 Juniors, lanes 7 and 8, please.
All right, next pair up, Jeremy York in the left lane, driving on S10, going alongside I'm going to call it a Studebaker from up here. I have no idea, but that's kind of what I'm feeling. Right lane launching hard, kicking the back end out sideways just a bit. How about 467 with a 3:148? That was probably the most side-by-side race we've had so far in this round. How about 469 with a 6 out of the monster lane? Looks like we got Kenny Dallas going to be making a single pass to wrap up this section of 470. Going to be heading down the right lane. All right, again, the data logger turned on. Looks like we got the big old blower sticking out of the front of that Ford Maverick. 470 is the dial. Going to be making a single pass down the right lane. Let's see where they end up at the top end, because there you go, 482, 151. Had about a half a second of wiggle room on the starting line. When you go rich, you go lean, you go rich, you go lean, you get the wiggle, the jiggle, all the awesome stuff those blower cars are known for. That's a lot of pass. How about that? 399 with a 1. Shoots out because that's a 188 mile an hour pass. Morley, not bad, 14 in the left lane, but my goodness, Jeff, that was a fast pass.
That was a nice lap there to round out Q1 of our 4-flat Ultimate Index, brought to you by Barnscape Builders. And as the qualifying sheet would go, Terry Long goes to number 1, Rick Morley number 2, John Biaggi number 3, and Jeff Conley, though the quickest pass of the class, will go to the bottom of the sheet for right now with 399.1. Not a bad lap there to round out our Barnscape Builders 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw. As we do have the Hubsaver Jr Dragster Pro waiting in the wings. You guys and gals should be in the lanes. The Hubsaver Jr Dragster Pro, 790 juniors, lanes 1 and 2, 890 juniors, lanes 3 and 4, 1190 juniors, lanes 5 and 6, and 1390 juniors, lanes 7 and 8. You guys need to be in the lanes, please. As we will be rolling into the Hubsaver Jr Dragster Pro here shortly. The standby call will go out for commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro motorcycle. Be sure and get those off the warm-up stand. Start getting them ready to go. Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro motorcycle. Be sure and get them off the jacks and get them tuned up and are ready to go for your first of 2 time runs here this morning.
right, here come all the Junior Dragsters now. Boss Verge lane, that is Stetson Taylor. Edward Jones lane, Andrew Pinsky. All right, looking across, we got thumbs up. Here we go. Stetson going deep in the left lane. Heads up in the pits, heads up in the pits. Commercial safe and locked. Super Pro Motorcycle. Super Pro Motorcycle. We need you into the staging lane. Super Pro Motorcycle. We need you to lane 5 and 6. Super Pro Motorcycle. Lane 5 and 6. And again, heads up racers, heads up racers. Super Pro Motorcycle, lane 5 and 6. Commercial safe and locked. Super Pro Bike, lane 5 and 6. Super Pro Bike, lane 5 and 6. How about AAA lane? 793, 82 mile an hour pass. Edward Jones lane, 805, 81 miles an hour. Side by side at the top end, left leg goes 786, 82 miles an hour. Right leg 784, 82 miles an hour. Left leg 29 of the tree, right leg 151. Kaylee in the left lane, Sarah in the right lane. How about a 789 with a 9? Out of Kaylee in the left lane, Sarah goes 796. 79 miles an hour. Sarah in a better light by a little bit off the starting line, but both racers just a little bit early off the tree. Left lane goes 798, 82 miles an hour. Right lane is 789, 83 miles an hour. Caleb in the left lane, 791. Lane in the right lane, 792. Lane better light by about 300s. How about right lane? 007 on the tree goes 81 at the top end. Left lane 23 green with a 789 pass. Heads up, racers. Heads up, racers. We need Junior Street. Junior Street, lanes 7 and 8. Again, we need the Marine Corps Company Junior Street Racers, lanes 7 and 8. Marine Corps Company Junior Street Racers, lanes 7 and 8. Junior Street, lanes 7 and 8. Please. Both races staged up. Left lane driver going deep on that one. Identical reaction times. 6th out on the red, but hey, they're even. Left lane, 799 at 83 miles an hour. Right lane, 790 with a 5 at 81 miles an hour. While it's quiet out there, Junior Street, you have been called to the lanes. Junior Street lane 7 and 8, Junior Street lane 7 and 8. If you are racing Junior Street and you see all your friends in lane 7 and 8, that's your sign for you to, in fact, go to lane 7 and 8, Junior Street lane 7 and 8. And that looks like it's going to be our final Junior Dragster down the right lane before we go into motorcycle. All right, it looks like we'll be ready to go in just a minute. We had our last junior try to go a little further down there than they needed to, so we got them pulled back and get them cleared off momentarily. All right, it's going to be just a second for our motorcycles. We got to get our top end safety gate closed up for the last Junior Dragster. Once that's done, we're going to bring out those motorcycles. Jason Miller in the left lane, Jalen Burris in the right lane. Heads up, racers, heads up, racers. Super Pro, Super Pro. We need you, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Pro racers, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Pro. This is your call, lane 1, 2, 3, and 4. All righty, well, both riders out there just exploring around. They're going to take it nice and easy down to the top end. Eric Lewis Sr. in the Kawasaki of the left lane. Dale Stewart, the bar bike Kawasaki of the right lane. Right down the track. How about 833 and the 3154 for Dale in the right lane. Eric in the left lane. 907 at 147 miles an hour. Dale on that bar bike. Get a fantastic 15th light. Another bar bike. This time it's going to be Mark Abrams in the left lane. Kicking it old school. 1980 Kawasaki 1500. Darnell Dickerson in the right lane. side by side the whole way down the track. Looks like Mark going to be just a little faster at the top end. How about 926 at 137 miles an hour? Darnell at the right lane. 936 at 139 miles an hour. And there's the other Abrams. That is Dennis Abrams in the Monster Energy lane. 1982 Suzuki. DeAndre Lewis in the right lane. 02 Busa. Dennis in the left lane, 907 with a 5 at 143 miles an hour. DeAndre, 925, 143 miles an hour as well. So we got Suzuki in the right lane, Kawasaki in the left lane. How about Phil Humphrey? .000. I believe that is a perfect reaction time. At the top end, 9.2, 150 miles an hour. Rider in the right lane. Kind of shocked the swing arm a little bit off the line. Looked out at the chain. They picked up at the top end, so must be all right. Left lane, got her pulled back straight. Almost got on the red paint out there. Not really sure what that was all about, but hey, how about a 972 pass, 145 miles an hour. Jamie in the right lane, 1101, 105 miles an hour. Nice and smooth down the track with a fantastic 22,000 light. Brandon down the left lane, 921 with 140 miles an hour, rider in the right lane. Having an enjoyable 13-second pass at 91 miles an hour. In the left lane, Scott Leonard. In the right lane, Charles Willis Sr. Reaction time is going to go to Charles at the top end. Scott a little bit faster, 875 and 152 miles an hour. Charles on the right lane, 949, 140 miles an hour. All right, that looks like it's going to wrap up motorcycles. This is Sportsman. Well, no, this is Junior Street. Correction, Junior Street. attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, you should be making your way into the lane. Super Pro, you should already mostly all be down in there. Lanes 1 through 4 again. Super Pro. This is a reminder, you are needed in lanes 1 through 4. How about Jacob Phillips in the left lane in our junior street class? Very respectable 103 line goes. Mid-9s. Lily in the right lane, 349. 1023 pass. Braxton in the left lane in the Volvo SUV going up against what's got to be the biggest vehicle in Junior Street. F350 dually, clearly not stock either. Layla Thomas, Brad's telling me is 2 for 2 on winning. 185 bulb is not bad. How about 949, 74 miles an hour on a big power stroke powered F350 dually. There's Gillette Reed in the right lane on a single pass. 175 is going to be the second best reaction time of the class so far. How about 1194? 59 mile per hour through the 8th.
Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Attention everyone out there. Once we finish up the rotation here and get into the second time trial and qualifying session, the rotation is going to be different. We will have a new run order starting in the second time trial qualifying session. Please see staging lanes, or it is posted in WhatsApp. Verge is also posting it to their Facebook page. Once again, we will have a new run order once we get started with the second time trial session. Please take a look at it, see where everything falls. We have a new run order once we get started in time trial session number 2, qualifying session number 2. There will be a new run order and rotation.
Well, we'll give George and the other announcers a break for a minute during time runs. We're in the middle of Super Pro. First time run for them. This is your 8th mile points class here at St. Louis, World Wide Technology Raceway. Here at the Verge Quick Outlaw Series, live streamed on Motor Mania TV. Marcel Huels, 007, goes 5:59 with a 2. He's out of Dittmer, Illinois. Steve Pearson, former division champion, 69 years young, defending Super Pro champ. Here goes 012. Multi-time track champion. And here's probably an aspiring track champion, Tommy Barbero, Monster Energy Lane. 52 years old, Moscow Mills in the door car. Taking on Mike Eggleston out of Highland, Illinois, toughpaw.com. He makes some nice aluminum products in the dragster. This is Danny Nelson Racecraft, 001 red, Tommy steady with the 34 bulb. Got a little bit of a crosswind out there if you can't tell on TV. About 15 mile an hour steady coming out of the west. Here's one of, well, a couple heavy hitters south of St. Louis area. John Radulowski, Monster Energy Lane, former pro champion. Taking on one of your TB 50 grand winners from a couple years ago in a different car, Angelo Belosi out of Hillsboro, Missouri. 67 Nova is what he won in. This is his newer Camaro project car. Doing a little R&D. Couple big time players there, and it shows 005 red off the bottom for John. Angelo's 006 with the box. And before I forget, I was going to plug the Marine Coin Junior Street class that just ran. If you're wondering why the passenger door was opening in the water box, well, there's a pilot and a co-pilot. You got to be 13, 14, or 15 years old to run that class. Marine Coin Company stepped up. We run for a gram of 24-karat gold bullion to win every points race here at St. Louis. An ounce of silver runner-up. Couple $100. Sponsored by Rick Thomas Concrete. He's next door. He's one of our sponsors. Also the Schicker Automotive Group. Greg's Auto and Valo Floor Covering helping out with the Marine Coin Company Junior Street class. We have the largest junior street field in Division 3. So if anybody's bored, close in the area, wants to come out and race, we're going to do it again tomorrow. Can run the minivan. We got a minivan, we got a Raptor, an F-350, Mustang, a Malibu. We got a Volvo SUV. It's the most diverse class in bracket racing, and you can only do it 3 years. It's not like Junior Dragsters where you can run 12 years or Super Pro where you can run 30 years. 3 years and you're out. So I think it's pretty cool. Mark Buttram. There's another 50K winner out of O'Fallon, Missouri. He's 010 in the dragster. He's getting it figured out, and that's bad news for everybody else. He gets that dragster figured out, everybody's hurting. Here is a wily veteran, Brant Hansen. He won our first points race in the door car in the Monster Energy Lane. Taking on Sean Miller. He's out of O'Fallon, Illinois with his Gebhardt dragster. Gebhardt, big name here in the Midwest. Made a lot of good dragsters. Praying for Rich. I don't know if his son Brad's here racing or not. Miller's 24 on the tree. Hansen, slow and steady, baby. Close call out there. 016 for Brant Hansen. Sportsman, we need you. Sportsman to lane 5 and 6. Gotta have you. Let's keep the show moving, folks. Let's be efficient when the lanes are called. Make sure you show up promptly. No prima donna stuff. Let's get to the lanes when you're called. We need sportsmen to the lanes right now. Here's Randy Crowley Jr. Got timed out, I believe. Take it on. Todd Hansen. He'll do a nice wheelie over there in the Camaro Monster Energy lane. We're on hold just for a second. Safety's coming out on the track. Just going to take a quick look here at something. Rather be safe than sorry. So while we're on hold, the concession stands open. Melissa's down there serving up some good stuff. If you need anything to eat or drink, go see the girls down at the concession. And sportsmen, you should be heading to the lanes for your time run. This is your first time run. Doesn't appear to be anything too significant. We're just taking a quick look here. Randy Crawley's out there out of Columbia, Missouri in the dragster. He's got another Gephardt car. This one powered by a big Mopar engine. I believe he won the TB sponsored promotions practice tree race at our banquet a few months ago. I think he got a free entry to last week. So we'd like to thank TB Promotions for that sponsorship of our banquet practice tree race. It was very nice. Had a big turnout. I'm sorry, Brian Spillers won that. Crowley was deep. So there must be a little something out there. They're doing something, so we're on hold just for a second. Nothing major. All right, that's always a good sign. The safety truck has exited the top end. We're getting ready to send them north. Let's get suited up. I don't think Crowley's going to do another burnout. Or Hansen. They're just going to stage them up. Should be fine. Sportsman, you should be in the lanes for your first time run. Sportsman, you should be there. There we go, big wheelie for Todd Hansen as advertised. Whoa, Crowley on the wall. Little crosswind. You got to watch it here, drivers. First time racing here with a crosswind. If you're in a dragster, get ready whenever you come out of those grandstands for that crosswind to grab you. And as you see there, Randy Crowley felt the wrath of a 15-mile-per-hour wind out of the west. Be ready, dragster drivers, for that wind. It's kind of like Chicago coming out of those bleachers there. If you ever ran quarter-mile Chicago in a dragster, it can get you. Just a PSA. Larry Kahn, House Springs, 60 years old in his McIlvain dragster. Edward Jones Lane, no information on the Camaro, Monster Energy side. Perfect pass there, 452 for Kahn, nice and straight. Terry Lacey moving around a little bit. How about Trip Zip for Rod Schaefer? We've changed the run order up a little bit here. We've tweaked it after this first session of time runs and qualifying. Just a little tweak. I'll run through it here in a second. So Sportsman's in the lanes, and on standby is the Gateway Points Series Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. You guys will be coming up after Sportsman, so get ready. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, you're on standby right now. And then after we call those, we would do Pro, and then the 450 dragster. So we tweaked it a little bit, the run order, nothing too extravagant. Final call for Sportsman. This is your last call. We've got a proposal just now. Are you kidding me? This is great. Someone, I assume, said yes. The Crowley family. Getting down on one knee, baby. Yeah. She said yes. Woo! Praise the Lord. That's great. The crowbar getting hitched. Little makeout session. I don't believe I've ever seen this at a drag strip. I've seen a lot of stuff. But I'm a little green. Never seen anyone do this. Well, in the last 20 years. I think Keith Woods actually did propose out here, so maybe I have seen, but this is great. The Lovebirds right in front of the grandstands. Unbelievable. So we got that going for us. I'm not an ordained minister, but I mean, if you want to do it, you know, we could try. Right here. Why not? This is great. You just never know what you're going to see at World Wide Technology Raceway or the Verge Outlaw Series. Whew. Tell you what, if she would have said no, he would have had to change shirts. So, Sportsman, you should be there. Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning, you're coming up next. Well, I'm going to hand the mic back over to George. He is stunned, like all of us here in the tower, an impromptu proposal right in front of the grandstands on Motor Mania TV, George. This is crazy.
Yeah, I've been here 15 years or so, and I've never seen that before, but congratulations, that's awesome.
Yeah, Crowley. Woo! This is great. Maybe they can set up some sort of special cake or something at the concession. Melissa will whip something up for them.
Yeah, they got donuts, they got ice cream. Maybe make some kind of stacked up donut ice cream cake contraption for you, probably.
You just don't know here what you're going to see. Well, George, I'm going to bail. The suite next door, they're getting rowdy. I'm going to have to go over there and corral them.
All right, well, have fun with the kids over there. Best of luck to you. How about guy going 002, 5'11" with the 60, 132 miles an hour. Steve, 16 with 131 miles an hour. All right, it looks like we're going to do a little starting line shuffle for a couple minutes here. Now's the perfect time to hit up that refreshment stand. Get yourself something delicious to eat for lunch out here at the World Wide Technology Raceway refreshment stand. They got all kinds of awesome stuff for this year. Check them out. And as you can hear, we got the rotator out there. Going to do a couple laps with that, get everything straightened out for us. So we'll be back into business momentarily. All right, looks like the tractor's backing up, getting clear of the starting line. We're going to go back into Super Pro. Tower stage, give the driver the sign to get that car started. Here we go. Going to have a right lane single. All righty, well, shakedown pass there. We're going to call that one. And no biggie. It's early enough in the day they can get it back into the pits and turn the knobs as needed. Yeah, as of right now, we got top end safety out there snooping something down in the shutdown, so we're going to see what they find, then we'll update you from there. Well, the good news is the fluid they have found is not on the racing surface anywhere, so top end safety is going to go address the issue at their end. Yeah, while it's quiet out there in the pits, just want to do a quick run through what we're working with here. We do need Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning to the lanes, please. Junior Thunder, lane 7. Junior Lightning, lane 8. Again. So current situation is we got top end safety way down at the shutdown area doing a little bit of cleanup. The racing surface is good to go, but we do have a minor cleanup. The top end safety is addressing the shutdown. Want to remind all our racers we need Junior Thunder. Junior Thunder to lane 7, please. Junior Lightning. Junior Lightning to lane 8. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning to the lanes. Quick run through of the orders. After juniors, we're going to have Pro, the Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters, Rick's Powder Coating 470 Door Cars, Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike, S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330, Marine Coin Company Junior Street, and then Super Pro. So just to give you a heads up, we have moved a couple things around. So currently we got Super Pro under the tower. Once we get our cleanup taken care of, we will continue with Super Pro. Sportsman is up next. They should all be behind the tower at this point. We do need our Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning to the lanes, though. After our 2 junior classes, our 2 World Wide Technology Raceway junior classes, we're going to go into Pro, then 450 Dragster, 470 Door Car, Super Pro Bike, 450 Junior 330, Junior Street, Super Pro. So again, while it's quiet, we did change the run order just a little bit. Currently, we've got Super Pro, followed by Sportsman, followed by the Worldwide Technology Raceway 2 Junior Dragster classes, those of which have just been called to the lanes. After that, we'll have Pro, then 450 Dragsters, 470 Door Cars, Super Pro Bike, 450 Junior 330, Junior Street, and then back into Super Pro. As you can hear, we've got the green light to resume racing action. We got door car versus dragster. Should be a couple more pairs of Super Pro underneath the tower. Couple more signals that I believe are license passes before we go into Sportsman.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Class, we need Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for your next round. Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4. Thank you. Again, Pro Class in each of the station lanes. Pro Class lanes 3 and 4. Pro Class lanes 3 and 4. Thank you. Again, attention to the pits, Pro Class lanes 3 and 4, Pro Class. Need you guys to head on over to lanes 3 and 4, Pro Class, lanes 3 and 4. Thank you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters, Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters to lanes 1 and 2 for Q2. Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters to lanes 1 and 2 for Q2. Thank you. Again, attention. At this time, we'd like Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters, lanes 1 and 2 for Q2. Again, Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters to lanes 1 and 2 for Q2. Thank you. Again, if you're not there, we need you there. Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters, lanes 1 and 2 for Q2. If you're not there, we need you there. Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters, lanes 1 and 2 for Q2. Thank you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. At this time, we'd like Rick's Powder Coating 470 door cars to lanes 3 and 4 for Q2. Again, at this time, we'd like Rick's Powder Coating 470 door cars to report to lanes 3 and 4 for Q2. Rick's Powder Coating 470 door cars to lanes 3 and 4 for Q2. Thank you.
High Performance, Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels, and Fuel Factory making the live feed happen for you here this weekend, and as always, free to the viewer. Of course, we want to thank our low qualifying award sponsors for this race. MSR Suspension in the 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw category. Their final qualifier will be up later on this afternoon. Of course, Star Machine and 450 Dragsters and Mitchell Transmissions and Griswold Racing Engines is the low qualifier award sponsor for 470 index door cars. And don't forget the Featherlight Ultimate Performer of the event for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series, the best overall package or a perfect run will take home a brand new Featherlight battery and charger, courtesy of the fine folks at Featherlight. If you lay down the best package of the weekend or the best overall package of the weekend, that Verge Racer will take home a brand new Featherlight lithium-ion battery and charger. Of course, we want to thank our other great series sponsors for making this event possible. Get 'em Performance, Honey Creek Collision Center, PBM Performance Products, Lincoln Electric, Low Car, Maxima Racing Oils, and Drag Race Solutions, all making the Verge Quick Outlaw Series possible to come to Beautiful facilities like this at World Wide Technology Raceway. The last couple of drag patterns going on. We will take and put a quick lap of spray on the racetrack and put our Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters on the track here in just a few minutes. Once again, we do need our Rick's Powder Coating 470 Index Door Cars. Rick's Powder Coating 470 Index Door Cars. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. All right, official TB Promotions and Verge Quick Outlaw Series Chief Starter Derek Beach gives the signal for the cars to fire up. Qualifying session number 2 for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series presented by TB Promotions. Race number 2 brought to you by Fab Machining is going on right now. And that will bring up your reigning and defending Verge Quick Outlaw Series World Champion, Karsten Bloom. On the right-hand side of the racetrack, the Maumee, Ohio-based entry, Diamond Race Car, KB Carburetors on board. The reigning champion last year in the Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragster category, as he will look over his left shoulder and watch Brandon Long all the way down the racetrack. Brandon Long currently sitting in the number 14 qualifying position. He went 4:56.6 in Q1, and I know he will be hunting to do better. Karsten Bloom sitting number 25 right now, the champ. Put it just a little bit under the number. We'll see what he can do here in Q2. Burnouts are complete. Pre-stage bulbs are lit as we commence qualifying session number 2 for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series. Once again, we need Rick's Powder Coating 470 Index to lanes 5 and 6, please. Rick's Powder Coating 470 Index to lanes 5 and 6. Karsten Bloom 007 452.2 at 155. Brandon Long is 18 up front to go 4:53.9 on the 450 index. That'll put Karsten Bloom number 2 for right now. As our next pair makes their way back to the starting line. Tyler Sizemore on the right-hand side of the racetrack, certainly sitting in the number 24 qualifying position. He put it 5 thou under the 450 index as he looks over to see Caden Jamison. Jamison was shut off in the first qualifying session. As the starter shuts him off. Jamison still having trouble with a fuel leak, couldn't get it fixed. As Tyler Sizemore runs it on out to a 4:47.6 at 156. As Jamison gets pushed off. So Caden Jamison struggling here in qualifying. I know when we get to the Indy cylinder head combo later on this evening, he will have that thing lined out and raring to go. Jeremy York coming up left side will go down the racetrack alongside George Atchison. Atchison currently qualified in the number 10 position, but at 44 hundredths above the index. And Jeremy York currently sitting in the number 1 qualifying position with 4:51.8 in Q1. And I think York is going to try and improve on that here. Obviously, the goal here is 4:50 with a 0. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. We will see what these drivers can do. Atchison 34 red, Jeremy York 12 up front, 4:49.0, and we've got us a new number 1 qualifier, George Atchison, 4:50 with a 9, will boost him into the number 1 spot for right now as we have Brian Cook and Tony Atchison making their way back to the starting line. Tony Atchison currently sitting in the number 22 position. Struggled a little bit on the first run. Car drifted just a slight left on him, let out of the gas. He went 5:23.6 at Q1. And Brian Cook currently sitting in the number 10 position. With 4:53.9. Atchison 006. Can he lay it all together? 4:48.5. He will stay in the number 22 position. Brian Cook 4:53.9 drops it identical to what he did in the last run and will remain in the number 10 position. As our next pair makes their way back to the starting line, it will be Sidney Wiggins and Larry Kahn. Larry, right side, the Division 5 runner. Sidney Wiggins, left side, part of the Get 'em Performance clan. Pair of supercharged dragsters rolling up right now. Sidney currently sitting in the number 15 position. She went 4:56.3 in Q1. And Larry Kahn, number 28, went a little too quick. Be looking to slow her down and get a better qualifying position here. Once again, we do need Rick's Powder Coating 470 index door cars into the staging lanes, please. Rick's Powder Coating 470 index door cars. We will take you into the lanes. Sidney Wiggins flinched right there. She'll run on down to a 4:52.3. Larry Kahn, a new number 1 qualifier. Larry Kahn goes straight to the top. 450 with a 1 at 156 miles an hour. Will anybody be able to knock Larry Kahn off the number 1 position in this session? As Jim Thurston Jr. and Frank Douglas make their way to the starting line. Frank Douglas, the nitrous oxide injected entry. And Jim Thurston looks like he's got a baby blower on that machine. Thurston currently sitting in the number 22 qualifying position. Went 471 in Q1. And Frank Douglas, your number 17 qualifier as of right now, went 458.2 in Q1. We just saw a 450 with the 1. And I got a feeling it's out there in this session, and maybe multiple times. I think we'll see a 450 with a 0 within the next 5 pair. Frank Douglas is 002 at the let go of the button. Runs on down, 448.5 at 155 miles an hour. Jim Thurston missed the tree, but he's got the car dialed in where he needs to be, 453.6 at 155. Is Mark Buttram and Jonathan Wagner make their way to the starting line. Wagner setting in the number 22 qualifying position. He went a 464.8 in Q1. And Mark Buttram, your number 20 qualifier, went 458.9 in Q1. Mark Buttram has trouble leaving the starting line. Jonathan Wagner, 002 red, 444.5, 153. Obviously not what Buttram wants right there. Is Marla Hunter and Morgan Napier burn their way through the starting line. Napier, your number 12 qualifier right now, went 453.9. And Marla Hunter, sitting number 10, with a 453.6. Napier, 005, Red Hunter is 21. Good passes right there. Oh, Marla Hunter misses it by one. Thou, 449.9, 155. She'll stay number 10. Morgan Napier, 449.5, will stay number 12. Is Darren Douglas and Kenny Carson make their way to the starting line. Kenny Carson, right side. We'll look over at Darren Douglas on the left side. Darren currently setting in the number 21st qualifying position. And Kenny Carson setting number 17. That 450 with a 0 is out there. Who will be the first to crack the egg? Drop it dead on. We will find out. Kenny Carson, 13 up front. Darren Douglas rattles the tire down low. 454.4, 151. Kenny Carson, 446.5 and 157. Darren Douglas will improve. And Kenny Carson stays right where he was at. Darren Douglas bumps on up into the number 14 position. As Shannon Micheletto and Tyler Smith make their way to the starting line. Micheletto left side, setting in the number 26 position. She went 449.5 in Q1. And Tyler Smith sitting number 16, went a 4:54.9. The first qualifying attempt. Once again, Rick's Powder Coating, 470 index door cars. You should be back in the lanes. Looks like most all of you are there. Pulling around the arch. Tyler Smith, 002, 448.3 at 157. Shannon Micheletto, 449. Both drivers will stay where they were. As your next pair makes their way to the starting line, Terry Kamler and Jeremiah Hall. Jeremiah Hall for Mitchell Transmissions, right side, currently sitting in the number 17 qualifying position. It went 4:55.3 in Q1. I know he'll be looking to improve. Cash in on the Star Machine Low Qualifier Award tomorrow. Obviously, you want to get as close as you can today for our competition later in the Indy Cylinder Heads 450, 470 combo. Jeremiah Hall's 10, Kamler 24, top end of the racetrack. Jeremiah Hall 449.7, misses it by 3 thou. Terry Kamler improves by 4 thou there, 452.9 and 152. Your next pair coming to the starting line will be Richard Taylor. Richard, left side of the racetrack, sitting in the number 7 position. Allowed 453. And Josh Cunningham. Cunningham, right side, sitting in the number 20th qualifying position. Went 458.7 in Q1. Cunningham, 008 red. Richard Taylor's 12 to go 442.8, 154. Josh Cunningham, 452.0, 153. Connor Glasser, left side. Mark Horton, right side. Horton's 12 up front. Connor Glasser is 55. Glasser 450 with the 7. He will for sure improve. Mark Horton 448.9 will improve on the wrong side. That'll put Connor Glasser in the number 2 position. It's Cody Wiggins and Gary Stinnett make their way to the starting line. Gary Stinnett, right side, sitting in the number 28th qualifying position. Went 444 with a 4. And Cody Wiggins sitting in the number 10 position. Went 453.4. Hey, attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. At this time, I do need Commercial Save and Lock Super Pro Motorcycle. Commercial Save and Lock Super Pro Motorcycle. We will take you in the lanes, please. Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Motorcycle. We will take you in the lanes. Cody Wiggins, 14 up front, goes 449.2 at a 160. Will not improve. Gary Stinnett at 446 at 156. Gets closer to the number, but still puts it under. As that will round out our 450 Index Dragsters, brought to you by Outlaw Trailers. We've got Rick's Powder Coating, 470 Index door cars waiting in the wings, and they will be pulling on the racetrack very shortly. And here they come. Kenny Dallas on the left-hand side of the racetrack, setting in the number 4 qualifying position, went 482 for the first attempt. The Pataskala Destroyer on the left side, the Supercharged Maverick, will look over his right shoulder and see Gerald James on the right-hand side of the racetrack. The Pontiac entry is currently sitting in the number 7 qualifying position with 5:11.7 in Q1. Once again, we do need commercial safe and lock Super Pro Motorcycle. Super Pro Motorcycle, we will take you into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Bike, we will take you into the staging lanes. Both drivers backing up. Son Justin out in front of Kenny. Trying to get him backed up, lined up just right. These guys had the motor apart earlier this week. Got it all back together and ready to go here for race number 2 of the Verge Quick Outlaw Series, brought to you by Fab Machining at World Wide Technology Raceway. Both drivers inching forward toward the pre-stage beam. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. 410 Pro Tree is going to come down. Gerald James leaves a lot of smoke. Had that thing loaded up at the starting line. Kenny Dallas 4:76.9 at 1:52. Not a bad lap there for Kenny. Gerald James had that thing all loaded up going down through 5:44.4 at 1:14. Is our next pair is burning out through the starting line on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Probably one of the most radical machines here on the property this weekend. A Malibu wagon. Currently setting in the number 2 qualifying position. Went 4:76.4 in Q1. We'll be looking to improve on that. Is DJ Matica. The Cavalier on the right side fans the door, gets that burnout smoke out as he is setting in the number 4 qualifying position, looking to go to the top. Matica went 4:77.5 in the first qualifying attempt. Once again, we need commercial safe and lock Super Pro Motorcycle to the lanes, please. Commercial safe and lock Super Pro Motorcycle. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. Is Josh Dunn and DJ Matica. Stage them up right now. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Dunn wastes no time going into stage. Matica follows him in. 410 Pro Tree drops. Both drivers are out. Green top into the racetrack. Dunn 4:75.9. Matica 4:77.6. Josh Dunn improves by a few thou. Matica slows down by 1 thou. Josh Dunn, number 2 still, is Joseph Bellard and John Cornwell. Make their way to the starting line. Once again, we need commercial, safe, and lock Super Pro Motorcycle to the lanes, please. Commercial, safe, and lock Super Pro Bike. We do need you in staging, please. Commercial, safe, and lock Super Pro Motorcycle. We will need you in your staging lanes, please, for your second and final time trial session. Making the final purges of the bottle here is Cornwell and Bellard. Make their way to stage. Bellard on the Monster Energy side of the racetrack. Cornwell, the Edward Jones side. Taking their time, making their final preparations, making sure everything is right. They light the Christmas tree, comes down. Little sachet through there. Cornwell on the bottle hard through the finish line. 4:68.3 at 1:49. Joseph Bellard 4:71.1 at 1:41. And that will put Bellard on top for right now. Is the guy behind him, Jason Griswold, just got bumped off the top spot. Griswold sets number 2 right now. He went 4:71.6 in the first qualifying attempt, and Chris Cockins, right side, went 5:02 in the first attempt. We'll be looking to improve on that. Griswold over there, the Griswold Racing's engine camp. Calkins having some suspension trouble out here. Griswold 469, 144. Calkins did the same thing he did last time. Put it on the wheelie bars, drives right to the left. Calkins will get that sorted out later on this afternoon for Indy Cylinder Heads 450, 470 combo. As your next pair makes their way to the starting line. William Ing, left side. Sitting in the number 6 qualifying position, went 491.3. And Mark Bowman, the Pro Stock S10 pickup truck. Sets in the number 13 position. Went a 467.5 in the first qualifying attempt. Crew Chief Eric Ellsworth out there. Heard the motor in South Georgia. Says, I'm still coming to Verge. And he's here helping crew out for Mark Bowman and Leanne. Leanne run the S10 in the bracket portion of the program. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Nitrous oxide entries. A pair. Here we go. Bowman 004 red squats down hard. William Ing 14 red 492.6. Mark Bowman 468.8. Will get closer to the 470 number, but still stays under. William Ing will have some lining out to do before he can get that figured out. Is Jeremy York and Jim Huggett make their way back to the starting line from their burnouts. Jeremy York, the House Mouse S10 pickup truck, left side, setting in the number 10 qualifying position, went 469.6 in Q1. And Jim Huggett sets in the number 9 qualifying position, went 469.7 in his first qualifying attempt. Cavalier right side, S10 pickup left side. Is once again we do need commercial safe and lock Super Pro motorcycle. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Commercial safe and lock Super Pro bike. We will take you in the staging lanes, please. Huggett. Car died at the starting line. He still goes on out. You'll let Leggett to go 473.2. Jeremy York 473.9. That'll put Huggett in the number 3 position and Jeremy York in the number 4 position. Chris Smith, an unfortunate parts failure in the first qualifying session. Looks like he got it lined out. And we'll make the attempt here. Chris Smith leaves 18 up front, top end 464.1 at 152. Not a bad lap there for Chris. He'll have to get it slowed down the final qualifying session tomorrow. Lay it closer to the number. As Dustin Martin makes his way through the starting line. Martin setting in the number 12 qualifying position. Representing Outlaw Trailers out there for Martin. Backs it up right in the groove. We'll see what he can do here. And Q2. And attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. At this time, we will take S&W Power Sports Junior 330. S&W Power Sports Junior 330. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. S&W Power Sports Junior 330. We will take you in lane 7, please. S&W Power Sports Junior 330. We will take you in lane 7. And Marine Coin Company Junior Street. We will take you in lanes 5 and 6, please. Marine Coin Company Junior Street. We will take you in lanes 5 and 6, please. Dustin Martin, 24 up front, 105.60, 306 short, 471, 1 and 149. Not a bad lap there for Dustin Martin, what puts him straight to the top. As his mile an hour knocked off the position of Joseph Bellard right there. Bellard ties with him, 471.1, best mile an hour. Takes the seed. Dustin Martin sets number 1 for right now. Rick Taylor backs up on the right side. The proprietor, the class sponsor here for the 470 Index Door cars, Rick's Powder Coating, on the right-hand side of the racetrack. We'll look over at Caden Jamison. Jamison, I believe that's a Studebaker over there. Set to the number 14 qualifying position. He went 467.3. Rick Taylor sets number 17. He went 458.4. Rick Taylor broke the internet earlier this week with his newly renovated Chevy 2 wagon. Took it from a conventional Chevy 2, extended it out, made it a nice Chevy 2 wagon. Of course, Rick's Powder Coating on the inside. Great paintwork on the outside. I believe he has the car here on property with him. Unfortunately, had a parts failure on it. So be sure and stop and take a look at that. Taylor, 468.5, 150. Logan Jamison left the starting line and went hard left. Not quite sure what happened there for Jamison, but he will look to improve later on this evening in the Indy Cylinder Heads 450 and 470 combo. Is our final car here in the Rick's Powder Coating 470 Index class, backs up from the burnout. Aaron Glasser sets number 16 right now, looking to go to number 1. To do it, you got to go 470 with a something. 471.1 is the current spot. Glasser. Family out here with a whole bunch of entries. We'll see what they can do. Once again, we do need S&W Power Sports Junior 330. S&W Power Sports Junior 450, 330. We will take you in the staging lanes, please. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you in the lanes. And Aaron Glasser does just that. We'll go right to the top here to end out the session. 470 with a 9 at 151. He will go to the number 1 spot. As we've got Super Pro Motorcycle waiting in the wings. Once again, we do need S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330 to the lanes, please. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. And Marine Coin Company Junior Street. We will take you in lanes 5 and 6. Marine Coin Company Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you in lane number 7. Super Pro Bikes coming out. I'm going to step away for just a few minutes. We back at you when we get back to the Verge Quick Outlaw Series remaining qualifiers in Q2. We got the Junior 450, 330 left to come. You guys need to be making your way into the staging lanes, please. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330, all 5 of you. We'd like you in lane number 7. And Marine Coin Company Junior Street. We will take you in lanes 5 and 6, please.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. At this time, we ask the Super Pro please head to the staging lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. It's time for Super Pro to the staging lanes. Thank you. Again, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro, at this time we need Super Pro to the staging lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro to the lanes 1 and 2. Thank you. Final call for Junior S&W Power Sports 450, Junior 330. Final call for S&W Power Sports 450, Junior 330s. Final call to the staging lanes for S&W Power Sports 450, Junior 330. Also, Super Pro to the lanes as well. The Marine Coin Company, Junior Street, you should be there already. Marine Coin Company, Junior Street should be there already. Super Pro, we need you to the staging lanes as well. Thank you.
All right, folks, here we go. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330 is rolling in front of the tower right now. We got our Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters, and we've got our S&W Power Sports 450 Junior Dragsters. So Lance Canarium had some trouble. Couldn't get it fired. Luca Markham going to roll solo. Luca Markham sets number 4, went 4:49.7 in Q1. We'll look to drop it on the 450 number. 42 red up front. We'll have to dial that back. So he goes 4:49.9. Not a bad lap there for Luca. See if that'll bump him up. He'll stay number 4 as Lance Canarium makes his way to the starting line. Canarium rolling up now, sets in the number 1 qualifying position. Canarium went 4:54.2. Look to seal his number 1 spot in the potential buy run. Not the potential, the buy run. And around number 1 later on this afternoon. Canarium out there close, set the idles just right, and we'll send him on his way to the 330-foot mark. 450 is the number we're shooting for. We'll see what he can do. Car stumbles at the hit of the throttle. Legs it on down. 4:48.8. Canarium will not improve off his number, but stays in the number 1 position. Your next car rolling onto the racetrack is Caden Duell. Caden sets in the number 3 qualifying position. Went 4:72.8 in his first qualifying attempt. Had to speed up some there. Out there getting the final RPM adjustments. We'll see what he can do. 450 is the target. 330 foot's the distance. S&W Power Sports, the one bringing the class to you. And here we go. The 5/10 Pro Tree drops. Caden Duell is 45 red. Clicks the clocks off. 4:65.5. Will improve, but will stay number 3. As Callie Fisher makes their way to the starting line. Callie Fisher, 004 and dead on 0, goes straight to the top. Goes from the number 5 position, goes from last to first. Callie Fisher goes to the number 1 spot. And we've got Case and Martin left to round out the field. He's sitting in the number 3 spot right now. Went 4:55.6 in his first attempt. We'll look to improve here. Once again, we do need Super Pro. Super Pro, we will take you into the staging lanes, please. Super Pro, we will take you into the staging lanes, please. Just a quick little rundown of the rest of the run order here. Following Super Pro will be the Hub Saver Jr Dragster Pro. Following them will be Sportsman. And following them will be Barnscape Builders 4 Flat Index. You guys will run at the back of the rotation this time. So once again, we got Super Pro in the lanes. They'll be followed by the Hub Saver Junior Pro. This is not your class call for Junior Pro. We're just going through the run order here. They'll be followed by Sportsman and 4 Flat Index. We'll round out the order here. We got one final Junior 330 competitor here at the ready line, making their final preparations to go down the racetrack. And we'll complete the class and go into the final qualifying session of Super Pro. So Case and Martin gets pushed out from underneath the arch. Be the final competitor here. And S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. Once again, we do need Super Pro. You should be in the staging lanes, please. Super Pro. We will take you in the staging lanes. Case and Martin's car comes to life. Dustin out there making the final tunes on the machine. Gets him close to stage. Temperature's just right. RPM just right. Try and knock Callie Fisher off the number 1 spot. Going to be tough to do. And Case and Martin, even if he goes dead on 0, will not pull it off. He will stay. I believe he will stay in the number 3 position there. Goes 453.1. And now we'll round out Junior 450 330. Brought to you by S&W Power Sports. So we got Super Pro coming up. The Hub Saver Junior Pro, you guys are on standby. We'll call you up here just very shortly. Oh, here comes Super Pro. All right, folks, here we go with Barnscape Builders 4-Flat Ultimate Outlaw. John Biaggi, left side. Sitting in the number 3 qualifying position. 009 up front, rattles the tire. We go 474.2. Bobby Churchill joined the field on the final run, 405.9. And that'll put him on the top of the sheet for the time being. Lone Dragster. As Terry Long jumps the gun, both drivers jump the gun. Will not receive a time. Jeff Conley up now, left-hand side of the racetrack, sitting in the number 5 qualifying position. Let's go. Nice lap down low, 104.260. Has to get out of the throttle out there. 430 with the 6 at 159. Went 399 in his first attempt. And that will still keep him in the number 5 position. So Glasser, finally gets it fired up. A little fuel burning in the pipes down here behind the water box. He's got it situated, ready to go. Aaron Glasser will make his way. Burn out through the starting line. This thing is capable of far under the 4-flat index. There's a nice, long, smoky burnout there for the Glasser clan. I believe they got 5 cars out here this weekend. So he'll back up from his 330-foot burnout. And attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. This is your final call for Junior Dragster Thunder and Junior Dragster Lightning. This is your final call. If you are not in the lanes, you need to be final call for Junior Dragster Thunder and Junior Dragster Lightning. A wheelie bar adjustment's been made, purging the bottle pressures to get it just right. Big cubic inch nitrous motor underneath the hood for Aaron Glasser, and we'll see what he can do. He'll be the 6th car in the 4-flight index field here. Tree's going to come down, squats down, shakes the tire about 150 foot, drives right through it, lets out of the gas to go 414 and 177 to round out this qualifier here. Bobby Churchill stays on top with a 405.9, followed by Terry Long at a 412.2. Aaron Glasser, number 3 at a 414. Rick Morley, number 4 with a 414.1. John Biaggi sets number 5 with a 425.2. And Jeff Conley rounds out the top 6 with a 430 with a 6 here. And Barnscape Builders 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw Index here for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series, presented by TB Promotions, race number 2, brought to you by Fab Machining. We'll have World Wide Technology Raceway's Junior Dragster program up next. Pro Eliminator, this is your standby call. Pro Eliminator, you are on standby. For those of you watching at home on Motor Mania TV, be sure and thank our great live stream partners this weekend: Alki Digger, Pro Chargers, Superchargers, Hoosier Racing Tires, Jegs High Performance, Mickey Thompson Tires, and Fuel Factory. All here to make the live feed free to you, the viewer. Of course, we want to thank our great sponsors of the event this weekend: Barnscape Builders, Outlaw Trailers, Rick's Powder Coating, Indy Cylinder Heads, the Hub Saver, S&W Power Sports, MSR Suspension, Star Machine, Mitchell Transmissions, Griswold Racing Engines, Featherlight Batteries, Gideon Performance, Honey Creek Collision, PBM Performance Products, Lincoln Electric, Locar, Maxima Racing Oils, Drag Race Solutions, and Two Girls Garage, all helping make this event possible. So be sure and thank the people who make this possible for y'all to come on out here and race and have a good time here at the beautiful World Wide Technology Raceway. We got Junior Dragsters waiting in the wings for round number 1. And we will roll right through eliminations here on this Saturday afternoon here at the Gateway.
All right, let's take a look at this matchup here. Left lane, Braden Hearn, 1283 on the dial from Litchfield, Illinois. Taking on in the right lane, Damon Haberberger, 911 from Beaufort, Missouri. In this Junior Thunder Round 1 matchup. Those couple of seconds got to feel like an eternity, but Haberberger is off. And will actually pick up the win after Brayton Hearn breaks out in the left lane. 124 off the line for Brayton Hearn. Damon Haberberger, 3800ths. And picking up the win in the right lane after the breakout from Brayton Hearn. Pro Class, need you to the staging lanes. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Time now for our Pro Class to report to the staging lanes. Pro Class to the staging lanes. Pro Class, need you all to the staging lanes. Thank you. All WWT, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. All WWTR dragsters, if you are looking for a buyback, it's over in the staging lanes. Again, over at the booth in the staging lanes. Again, if you're looking for a buyback, you're part of the WWTR series. We need you guys to head on over to the staging lanes. That's where, to the booth there. That's where you will be able to get your buyback right there. All right, up next, our Junior Lightning in the right lane. Callie Fisher. With 7-9 on the dial, taking on Carson Elkins in our left lane. 793 from Alton, Illinois. This first round matchup of our Junior Lightning. Hawkins jumps 009 too early in that left lane, puts in a 791. Callie Fisher with the win in the right lane, 796 in the 4, 112 off the line. And Callie Fisher picking up the win in the right lane. Again, Pro Class needs you guys to the staging lanes. Pro Class to the staging lanes. Pro Class needs you all to report to the staging lanes if you're not there already. Eli Wiggins versus Isabella Hammock. Both drivers break out and jump early. And it's going to be Eli Wiggins picking up the win in the right lane. 776 in the 6, 1300s in the red for Wiggins in that right lane. Up next, Stetson Taylor, right lane. Detmer, Missouri, looking for a 795 on the dial, taking on Avery Bolding in the left lane from Rock Island, Tennessee. Dialed in at 791. Final call for Pro Class, final call. Attention to the pits. Final call for Pro Class. Report to the staging lanes if you're not there already. You are late. Final call for the Pro Class to the staging lanes. Final call for Pro Class. Thank you. Avery Bolding picking up the win in that left lane. 2100s in the green, 790 and a 5. 80 miles an hour against Stetson Taylor, 790 and a 6. 7600s in the green for Taylor. Bolding with the win. Right lane now, Timothy Hearn dialed in at an even 8 in that right lane, taking on Luca Markham in the left lane, dialed in at a 7-9. Green's all the way around. Luca Markham getting the later jump and picking up the win. 796 and a 6 off that 7-9 that was needed Her putting in an 8:14. It's going to be Luca Markham with the win in the left lane. Up next in our Junior Lightning matchups, left lane, Maya Haberberger with 8:05 from Beaufort, Missouri. Taking on Sarah Stewart in our right lanes from Washington, Missouri with a 7:9. Staging lights are good, and both drivers are green. Here we go. And Maya Haberberger breaks out with 8:03.3 after needing that 8:05. It'll be Sarah Stewart with the win in the right lane. 7:91 and an 8:33 in the green off that 7:9 dial that Sarah Stewart was looking for, picking up the win in that right lane. Up next in our left lane, Juliet Reed from St. Louis, Missouri with a dial of 8:4, taking on Lane Fisher in the right, needing that perfect 7:9 in this Junior Lightning matchup. A deep stage for Juliet Reed is not going to be enough to pick up the win after jumping early. 1500s too quick to be exact. Lane Fisher with the win despite breaking out the 789 for Juliet Reed, 838 and a 6 with the win in the right lane. Up next, Michael Bordeaux from St. Louis, Missouri with the 792. Taking on Tori Nolan in the right lane, 7-9. Michael Bordeaux with the win in the left lane. Tori Nolan, 787 and a 5, breaks out after needing the 790. 92 10th out is the difference in this one. Bordeaux, 792 and an 8, 7800s in the green for Bordeaux with the win in that left lane. Up next, Kaylee Painter in our left lane, 805 on the dial, taking on Jackson Reed in the right from Florissant with a 7-9. Both drivers break out, but Kaylee Painter jumps a hair early, 4,500s to be exact, and Jackson Reed with the win, 781 and a 3 after needing that 7-9. 8,700s in the green for Reed, picking up the win in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, attention, attention, attention in the pits. 450 Dragsters, need your lanes 1 and 2. 450 Dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. 450 Dragsters, need you to report to the station lanes 1 and 2.
So we will do round number 1 of the Indy cylinder head combo. Dragsters and door cars kept separate down to 1. We'll take our 450 index dragsters, Outlaw Trailers 450 index dragsters for round number 1 of the Indy cylinder heads combo to lanes 1 and 2, please. We will take you in the lanes now. In our 450 index dragster side of things, car number 329L. 329L, Jeremiah Hall, you are the potential buy on the dragster side of things. 329L, Jeremiah Hall, you are the potential buy for the 450 index dragsters. And on the door car side of things, car number 1120, Joseph Ballard. Car number 1120, Joseph Ballard, you are the wait and see buy on the door car side of things when we call you up here to the lanes. Janie Palm gets the win light there, 14 red, 583.2 on the 582. Linus Raparda hit it red first. And here, first is worst. Goes 683.5 on the 681, no good. Janie Palm moving on. Back to you, Leroy.
Thanks, Jeff. All right, let's keep things going here in our pro class. So we got Arnold Dixon in our left lane, looking for an even 6. Taking on Mike Davis in the right lane with an 852. Well, hesitant for both, but it's going to be Arnold Dixon with the win in the left lane after Mike Davis breaks out that 849.0 after needing an 852. Dixon putting in a 164 green light, 623 and a 5. And Dixon with the win in that left lane. Up next, in our left lane, Tommy Barbero from Moscow Mills, Missouri with a 6-3. In that Malibu, taking on Matt Lewis on the right in the Camaro. Looking for a 697 from Brighton, Illinois. And Barbero with the win and clean style, 4,900 in the green. Lewis with 7,500 and 633 and an 8 for Barbero, 701 and a 6 after the difference of 343 on that one. Barbero with the win in that left lane. Up next, Jeff Kuhn, 658 in our left lane. The Chevy S10 from O'Fallon, Missouri, taking on Wyatt Yount in our right lane in the Mustang from Burnsville, Missouri, needing a 6-3. Tree goes, and here we go. The Yount's Mustang getting a little bit of a later jump than probably what Wyatt wanted, and Jeff Kuhn with the win in that left lane, 662 and a 3, 4,100 in the green as well for Jeff Kuhn. Up now in our right lane, in our pro class matchup, and from Troy, Illinois, Luke Beach with a 747, taking on Dennis Pearson from House Springs, Missouri with a 641 in that left lane. Red lights all the way around as both drivers break out, but it's going to be Luke Beach with the win, 1,500 in the green, 746 and a 2 after needing that 747. Pearson with a 638, 9, 5,300 in the green for Pearson. Luke Beach wins and moves on. Next up in our right lane, Mike Eggleston from Highland, Illinois with a 598. Joe Renaud in our left lane from Ladue, Missouri in the Camaro looking for 875. Joe Renaud jumps early, 2100s to be exact, with an 879 and a 3 off the 875. Mike Eggleston, 6002, 8400s in the green for Mike, picking up the win in that right lane. A good run from Eggleston. Next up, Sam Stewart from Washington, Missouri in our left lane, 722 on the dial in the Falcon, taking on John Radulowski from Marion, Illinois with a 625. Marine, Illinois, 625. On the dial for Radulowski on that 6 1/4 mark. .001 too quick off the line for Sam Stewart, but Radulowski 007 too quick as red light shines for both. 625 and a 3 for Radulowski across the line. Sam Stewart 723-2 at the 660 mark, and it's going to be Sam Stewart with the win in that left lane. Next up, Danny Radulowski in our right lane, Highland, Illinois, with a dial of 640. Taking on Jim Myers from O'Fallon, Missouri in our left lane, needing a 776 in that S10. Myers jumps early and breaks out because of it. 773 in the 6 for Myers. 1200s too quick. 500s in the green for Radulowski. Does break out with a 630 and a 4. Picks up the win in that right lane. Up next, John Radulowski in our left lane. 6-3 on the dial, taking on Paul Chandler in the right in the Malibu, needing a 728 from St. Peters, Missouri. Chandler nearly one wheels it down the stretch. It's going to be John Radulowski with the win in that left lane. 648 and a 0. 2800s in the green for Radulowski. Paul Chandler 836 and an 8. 124 off the line. Was going to be Radulowski with the win in that left lane. Next up, our left lane, Doug Graff, needing a 613 on the dial from Troy, Missouri, taking on Craig Powell on the right with the 817 from right next door over in St. Louis, Missouri. .818 and a 1 for Craig Powell, and that's going to get the job done over in the right lane. 8300s off the line after needing that 817. Doug Graff putting in a 619 and a 3. 4500s in the green. It's going to be Craig Powell with the win in that right lane on a decent run over in that right lane. Next up, David Shear, 701 on the dial from Granite City, Illinois. Taking on John Tigner in our left lane from Hillsborough, Missouri. Looking for a 621 on the dial. Green lights all the way abound as the two drivers take off. It's going to be David Shear with the win after John Tigner breaks out with a 620 and a 4. 2900s off the line for Tigner. David Shear with the win in that right lane. 704 and a 9. 3300s in the green was good down the stretch. Next up, James Miller in our left lane from Belleville, Illinois with a 695 on the dial. Our driver in the right with a 9-3. Driver on the right picking up the win after a 0082 quick red light for James Miller. And 5900s in the green in our right lane, 947 and 5. 9-4 3/4. That's a win in the right lane. Up next, right lane, Brad Kemmer from Swansea, Illinois with a 768. Taking on Jesse Garcia in our left lane from Collinsville, Illinois with a 663 in that Nova. Quarter of a second green light for Brad Kemmer in our right lane will give Brad the win, 769-0. 666-2 for Jesse Garcia, 006 green. It's going to be Brad Kemmer with the win in the right lane. That's 769, 33-10 thou. That's the difference in that run. Brad Kemmer on top. Next up, Charles Willis Sr. in our right lane on the Hayabusa, 585, taking on Gary Lewis in our left lane on the Skylark with 658. Gary Lewis with the win in that left lane. 658 and a 7 crossed the line. 3600s in the green. 118 off the line for Charles Willis Sr. crossing the finish at 594 and a 0. And Gary Lewis with the win in that left lane. Up next, Steve Zuner. 7-8 from Imperial, Missouri, taking on Tommy Young in our right lane with a dial of 640 from Old Monroe, Missouri. And it's going to be the Dakota with the win in that left lane. 6,800 in the green after Tommy Young jumps too quick. 784 and a 3 off that 780 mark. Young putting in a 684.4. And Zuner will pick up the win in that left lane. Up next, Ron Beach III from Troy, Illinois in the GTO. 630 on the dial. Taking on Eric Bolin from Columbia, Illinois, the Camaro with the 599. Attention in the pits, 470 combo for the Indy cylinder head 470, lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, 470 for the Indy cylinder head 470, lanes 5 and 6. Thank you. All right, up next in this pro mashup in our right lane from Wentzville, Missouri, Ryan Stevens, 744 on the dial. Taking on James Bookert in the left lane from DeSoto, Missouri, looking for a 773. Should be pretty similar off the jump off the line. And James Booker with the win in the left lane, 780 and a 4, 9200s in the green. Stevens was 217 off the line, 759 and a 0. Again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. A friendly reminder, if you are looking for a buyback, there's a booth over in the staging lanes. That's where you go ahead and get that taken care of. The booth in the staging lanes is where you're going to go if you need a buyback for our WWTR classes. For our WWTR classes, if you need a buyback, head on over to the booth in the staging lanes. Thank you. Corzine, 2600s off the line, 583 and an 8, 117 miles an hour on Corzine single run.
Ladies and gentlemen, prior to first round of eliminations, we'd like to ask that you please stand. And gentlemen, remove your caps for invocation, followed by our national anthem. Dear Heavenly Father, we'd like to ask that you please share your grace upon us this afternoon. Rest your hand upon the drivers, crew members, track officials, and keep us safe and those who keep us free. And it was in His name, of the Father, we said, Amen. Please remain standing for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets'
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go racing here at World Wide Technology Raceway for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series presented by TB Promotions. Race number 2 brought to you by Fab Machining. We've got our Indy cylinder heads 450 and 470 combo rolling into the water box right now. And that will bring up Shannon Micheletto. She's taking the left-hand side of the racetrack. She will look over her right shoulder and see George Atchison. Two sessions of qualifying are complete, as we will finish up qualifying for our Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters tomorrow morning and set their ladders tomorrow. Tonight, we will crown a $10,000 combo champion for the Indy Cylinder Heads 450, 470 combo. Dragsters and door cars held separate down to one. At that point, they will join each other and a race on for $10,000 tonight under the lights and under the arch. Your first pair has the pre-stage bulbs lit. Green lights a pair, top end of the racetrack. When light turns on for Micheletto. 13 take 26 to go, one above 7. Atchison was 39 up front with the same number, 451.7, but via the reaction time, Shannon Micheletto got to the finish line first and picked up the win light. Your next pair coming up will be Brandon Long and Brian Cook. Brian Cook on the right-hand side of the racetrack will be looking over his left shoulder to Brandon Long. Brian Cook, the supercharged dragster, the Cookie Monster. And Brandon Long on the left side, the nitrous oxide assisted entry. One thou separate them as they went by the Christmas tree. Brian Cook's 18, 4 over 1 takes 45. Brandon Long couldn't run the number. Brian Cook will move on into round number 2. Is Mark Buttram and Frank Douglas make their way to the starting line. Buttram left side, Douglas right side. Once again, we do need our 470 door car portion of Indy Cylinder Heads 450, 470 combo. We will take you in staging, please. Our door car portion of Indy Cylinder Heads 450 and 470 combo. We will take you in staging lanes. 32 thou separate them. One driver is perfect, and Mark Buttram moves on into round number 2. 000 up front takes 22 to go, 2 above 9. Frank Douglas was 32 up front and mathematically ineligible when he let go of the button. That'll bring up Marla Hunter and Tony Atchison. Atchison, right side, backs up from his burnout. A narrow stance for Atchison. Marla Hunter, conventional. Rear engine dragster. Atchison, more of a competition eliminator, narrowed rear end there. As they will make their way into the pre-stage beams. Tree comes down. Reaction time advantage goes to Hunter. Win light Hunter. 451.6 and 151. At a 44 light up front. Atchison missed the tree right there. Went 4 over 7 and was no good on the let go of the button. Have to get his program figured out tomorrow morning. Well, they'll get their final qualifier in. As Darren Douglas and Larry Kahn make their way to the starting line now. Darren Douglas on the left side of the racetrack. Larry Kahn on the right side. Douglas looking to be a naturally aspirated entry there. Larry Kahn using one of those baby blower setups. Ever so popular here in the modern era of drag racing. Once again, we do need our 470 door car portion of the Indy cylinder heads, 450 and 470 combo. We need you in staging, please. Reaction time advantage for Douglas. Winlight Douglas, 12, take 11 to go 2 above 6. Larry Kahn was 38 up front, 1 over 1, and behind by 11th thou going through the finish line. And Darren Douglas pulls his way on in to round number 2 as we are making our way through Alky Digger. Round number 1 as Terry Kamler and Josh Cunningham make their way to the starting line. Cunningham right side, Kamler left side. Another perfect line here in round number 1. Terry Kamler, 000, 4 above 7, lays down 47 total. Josh Cunningham is 003 red, 2 over 0. And we'll have to come back for the final qualifier in round number 1 of Outlaw Trailers 450 Index Dragsters tomorrow morning. As Tyler Sizemore and Richard Taylor make their way to the starting line. Richard Taylor flat flinched right there. Tyler Sizemore is 13. Legs it on out to go 4:49. 4 at 156 will return into the next round. Once again, we do need the 470 door car portion of Indy cylinder heads 450 and 470 combo. We do need the door car portion of the 450, 470 combo. Rick's powder coating 470 door cars. If you are entered in the combo, we will take you into the staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Rick's powder coating 470 door cars. If you are entered in the Indy cylinder heads 450 and 470 combo, we will take you into staging lanes number 5 and 6 at this time for round number 1. As Jeremy York and Mark Horton let go of the button, and this one is all but wrapped up as they go by the Christmas tree. Jeremy York, 18, take 54 to go dead 6. Lays down 24 total. Mark Horton is 60 up front, 1 above 8, and in the way of Jeremy York. Jeremy York moving on into round number 2 is Sidney Wiggins and Kenny Carson make their way to the starting line. And I've got a gut feeling here. I think this is the marquee matchup of the round. A couple of younger generation drivers here in the class. Both have a lot of talent behind the wheel. Sidney left side, a part of the Get 'em Performance clan. Kenny Carson, right side. No stranger to success behind the wheel. He's done it in junior dragsters. He's done it in the full-size dragsters. And the advantage goes to Kenny. Can Sidney chase him down? No. Kenny Carson is out there shaking the scoop and rocking the scoop so hard he gets it sideways out there. He's 10 up front, takes 15 to go 3 above 4. Sidney Wiggins is 37, 2 over 2, and no good. Kenny Carson moves on into Pro Charger round number 2. Is Logan Jamison and Morgan Napier make their way to the starting line now. Both baby blower setups here. Jamison left side, Napier right side. Logan Jameson. The runner-up from race number 1 is 006 Red. Napier, 31 up front to go 4:48.8 at a 1:54. Moves on into round number 2. It's Caden Jameson and Jim Thurston Jr. make their way to the starting line. Jameson, left side, has struggled with the fuel line issue. Looks like he has it fixed so far. And Jim Thurston Jr., right-hand side of the racetrack. Another pair of baby blower setups right here. Once again, we do need the Rick's Powder Coating 470 door cars that are entered in the Indy Cylinder Heads 450 and 470 combo. We will take you into the staging lanes for round number 1. Indy Cylinder Heads 450, 470 combo. We need the door cars. We're running dragsters, door cars. We need you. You should be in the lanes at this time. Green lights a pair. Jameson's 11, thou red. Jim Thurston 30 up front to go 4:57.5. Jameson still struggling with that fuel line out there. He will have to get that fixed. We got a car stuck making the turn down there. Once we get them out of the way, we'll continue on with round number 1 of eliminations here. Brought to you by Alky Digger. We're in Alky Digger, round number 1 of Indy Cylinder Heads 450 and 470 combo. 470 door cars, you should be in the lanes. 470 door cars, you should be in the staging lanes for round number 1 of our Indy Cylinder Heads 450 and 470 combo. They get Jameson pushed around the corner. And then we will fire our next pair back up on the starting line. A pair of carburetor builders. Karsten Bloom setting left side. Your Verge Quick Outlaw Series world champ last year. The Outlaw Trailers 450 dragster category. So we'll look over at Gary Stinnett. Gary Stinnett out here representing Foggett. Gary Stinnett, famed engine builder, carburetor builder. Starter gives a signal for the cars to fire back up. Karsten Bloom for KB Carburetors, left side. Gary Stinnett, right side. And this might be another marquee matchup of here and round number 1. We will find out and watch as the story unfolds in 660 feet. It's a beautiful day here in Madison, Illinois. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Karsten Bloom bumps in first. Gary Stinnett follows suit. Green lights a pair. 1,000 separated. We've got a drag race on our hands. Top end, a win light turns on for Karsten Bloom. 11 up front. Takes 4,000 win stripe. Gary Stinnett is 12. 1 above 7 and in the way. Karsten Bloom is 11. 1 above 4 and moving on into round number 2. The world champ is showing you why. He's the representing Verge Quick Outlaw Series and has the 1 on the side of his scoop. As our next pair takes the starting line, Cody Wiggins. Won the Indy Cylinder Heads 450, 470 combo at South Georgia Motorsports Park 1 month ago. He's looking to do it again, but Tyler Smith will be in the way. Tyler Smith, right side, takes his time to pre-stage. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Tyler Smith, the naturally aspirated engine. Wiggins, the supercharged engine. You see Wiggins out there shaking the scoop already as the tree comes down. Reaction time advantage goes to Smith in the win light. To Tyler Smith, 001, take 20 to be 4 thou under on the double breakout. Cody Wiggins is 8 thou under and going home until tomorrow morning when we finish up qualifying. Until we finish up qualifying and go into round one of the Outlaw Trailers 450 Dragsters tomorrow morning. Tyler Smith, 1 and 4 thou under, moving on. And attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. At this time, we do need commercial safe and lock. Super Pro Motorcycle to lanes 5, 6, and 7, please. Super Pro Motorcycle, we will take you in lanes 5, 6, and 7. Connor Glasser rolls up left side. Jonathan Wagner, right side. Wagner picks up the win light there. Connor Glasser, 27 red. Wagner, 006 red, 447.8 on the 450. Jeremiah Hall gets the bye run here in round number 1. Random bye pool. Jeremiah Hall was a random bye. He'll stage up on the solo. We got 470 door cars waiting in the water box. And we do need commercial safe and lock. Super Pro Motorcycle to the lanes, please. Commercial safe and lock. Super Pro Bike. We need you in lanes 5, 6, and 7, please. Super Pro Bike to lanes 5, 6, and 7. Jeremiah Hall, 26 at the let go. Goes on down the 8th mile. 450 with a 6. Lays down 32 total. Here in round number 1. Not a bad lap there for Jeremiah. As we have our 470 door cars rolling up right now. That will bring up John Cornwell and Chris Smith. Cornwell left side, the Pontiac. Chris Smith right side, the first gen Camaro. Once again, we do need commercial safe and lock Super Pro Bike. Lanes 5, 6, and 7, please. Commercial safe and lock. Super Pro Bike. We will take you in lanes 5, 6, and 7. Chris Smith. Chris Smith out there purging the kits. And the bottle pressure set just right. To go down the strip and drop it on 470 with the 0. 470 is the game. 660 foot's the target. Get there too quick, you break out. You're done for the day. Get there right on time. Moving on. Just that simple. Stage bulbs are lit. Cree comes down. 8 thou separate him. Top end of the racetrack. Win light turns on for Chris Smith. 21 up front. Not sure what happened out there for Cornwell. Chris Smith, 479.9, lets out of the gas, knows he's getting to the finish line first, and moves on. As our next pair takes the starting line, DJ Manica, left side. The Cavalier will be looking over his shoulder to see Kenny Dowis up a Tuscaloosa Destroyer on the right side. It's Kenny Dowis, the supercharged big block Ford. Kenny had the motor apart after some testing last week. Got it fixed up. Made a couple qualifying attempts, couple of great qualifying attempts today, as he will look to go on into round number 2 here in the Indy Cylinder Heads 450, 470 combo. Matica gets the win there. Matica got the win there, was 002 and a tenth above Kenny Dallas. Missed the tree a little bit there. It was above the number. Next up, we got Rick Taylor and Gerald James. Rick Taylor, the proprietor of Rick's Powder Coating on the left side. The Cobalt will stage up against the Pontiac of Gerald James. As Rick Taylor broke the internet earlier this week, unveiling his newly rebuilt Chevy 2. Turned into a wagon. We've got a drag race here. 2 thou separate them. Win light, Rick Taylor, 001 up front. Both of them sashayed as they went through the Christmas tree. Rick Taylor got to the finish line first and got the win light. 476.4 on the 470. Gerald James, 483.3 on the 470. As Jim Huggett and Jason Griswold make their way to the starting line. Jason Griswold, last year's champion. The Rick's Powder Coating 470 index door cars. And Jim Huggett, left side. Blue Cavalier. Griswold, the Oldsmobile. And attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. At this time, we will take S&W Power Sports Junior 450 330. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you in lane at number 7. Huggett is 008, 2 over 4, and moving on into round number 2. Griswold was 23 up front, 2 over 1, and behind by 12th out the finish line. Jim Huggett took the stripe and gets the win line. And attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. We do need Marine Coin Company, Junior Street to the lanes, please. Marine Coin Company, Junior Street. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. Marine Coin Company, Junior Street. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. Marine Coin Company, Junior Street. We will take you into staging. Is Mark Bowman and Dustin Martin make their way to the starting line. Dustin Martin, the proprietor of Outlaw Trailers, your 450 dragster sponsor on the right. Mark Bowman on the left side. The old school Pro Stock S10 style truck. Stages up on the left side. Martin, that 55 Chevrolet. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Mark Bowman goes in first. Dustin Martin tickles the stage beam. They both let go within 4th out. Top of the racetrack. Win light turns on for Martin. 14 up front, stakes 21 thou stripe to go 2 over 7. Mark Bowman 10 up front goes 475.2 and not going to get the job done here in round number 1 of Indy Cylinder Heads 450-470 combo. As your next pair makes their way back to the starting line, it will be Jeremy York and Aaron Glasser. Glasser, extended time out there. Starter Derek Beach going to run out and make sure everything is A-OK. Aaron Glasser goes out there, loses reverse, and he's pulling forward the stage. Obviously, your nerves are unsettled at this point. Can Glasser stay calm, cool, and collected, let go of the button on time, and pull off the win light? Jeremy York going to stand in the way of that. See how the story unfolds? Once again, we do need S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330 to the lanes. And we also need Marine Coin Company, Junior Street. We will take you in staging, please. Aaron Glasser flat misses the tree right there. Jeremy York, 18 up front, 478.2, moves on. Aaron Glasser makes a good representative run right there, 469.5 at 151, but missing the Christmas tree didn't help him out there. Jeremy York will move on. As your next pair makes their way to the starting line, Logan Jamison and Joseph Bellard. Bellard on the right side. Was your wait-and-see buy? Didn't get it here. So he will try and knock it close to the 470 number, see if he can try and keep the buy in round number 2. And Logan Jamison. A neat hot rod, Studebaker over there, left side, 470. So what we're shooting for here. Once again, we do need Junior 450, 330 to the lanes. Junior 450, 330 to the lanes. Brought to you by S&W Power Sports. We also need Marine Coin Company, Junior Street. Marine Coin Company, Junior Street. We will take you into the staging lanes as well. Stage bulbs are lit. Logan Jamison, 004 red. Bellard, 42 up front. 471.5 is where he's going to stop the clocks. And that will conclude round number 1 of the Indy Cylinder Heads 450-470 combo. We've got Super Pro Bike waiting in the wings. Following them will be Junior Street and S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We get those guys and gals up here to the lanes. We do need S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330 and Marine Coin Company Junior Street to the staging lanes at this time. And I'm going to throw things back to Leroy. His Super Pro Bike is in the water box.
All right, let's take a look at round 1 here of Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike as Janie Palm takes on Mark Abrams. Palm in the left lane from Bunker Hill, taking on Abrams in the right from Bethalto. Janie's looking for a 905. Abrams looking for a 929. Green lights for both neck and neck stretch. It's going to be Janie Palm with the win in that left lane, 906 and a 7. 47.10 thou. That's the difference on a great run on that left lane from Janie. 3,800 in the green. And Janie will move on in that left lane. Up next in our right lane, Jamie Miller from Macomb, Illinois, looking for a 10-3 in the Hayabusa. Taking on Dale Stewart in the left lane from Brighton, Illinois, needing an 826. Well, Dale Stewart picks up the win in that left lane, 885 and an 8 after needing that 826 dial, 6,800 in the green. Coming across that line at the 885-8 after needing that 826. Miller, 1108 and a 0, 102 in the green for Miller. Up next in our Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike class, Stephen Davis in the right lane from Wentzville, Missouri with a 1056. Against Jason Miller from Macomb, Illinois, needing a 9.5. Red lights all the way around, but it's going to be Stephen Davis with the win. Miller was 1/10 too quick. Davis was 93 hundredths too quick. 10:54 and a 2 does break out, but because of the earlier jump, picks up the win. Next up, DK Moore in the right lane, 9:32 from Blackjack, Missouri, taking on Darnell Dickerson in the left lane from St. Louis with a 9:31. Green lights all the way around, but the 1700th green light for Darnell Dickerson in the left lane picks up the win because of it. 9:40 and a 3 off that 9:31 mark. DK Moore with a 9:35 off the 9:32. And it's going to be Darnell Dickerson with the win in that left lane. Up next in our left lane from Troy, Illinois, the 8:36, Nicholas Stewart. Ace Willie, right lane from Macomb, Illinois, looking for a 12.5. Super Pro, attention to the pits. We need Super Pro to the staging lane. Super Pro to the staging lane. Super Pro needs you all to report to the staging lanes. Also, attention to the pits. The bar will be opening at 7 p.m. for those who are not competing. 7 p.m. Once you're out of competition, you'll be good to go. But the bar is opening at 7 p.m. tonight. As it's going to be Nicholas Stewart with the win. 8:41 and a 1. 95 hundredths in the green. 169 for Ace Willie on 1269 4. And Nicholas Stewart moves on that left lane. Up next, Scott Leonard from Glen Carboning in 8 3/4 against Phil Humphrey, looking for a 9. Trouble in the right lane for Phil Humphrey, and it's going to be Scott Leonard with the win. 9:07 and a 4. 109 off the line for Leonard, picking up the win in that left lane. Next up in the wire box in the left lane, DeAndre Lewis with 9:15 from Glen Carbon, Illinois, taking on Charles Willis Sr. in the right lane from Bunker Hill, just shy of a 9.5 with a 9:49. Again, Super Pro needs you guys to the staging lane. Super Pro to the staging lane. Super Pro needs you all to report to the staging lanes. $3,000, that's the difference, but it isn't the difference as DeAndre Lewis picks up the win in the left lane. 1200s in the green, $9,000 for Charles Willis Sr., 920 and a 7 for Lewis in that left lane. Willis Sr. putting in 962 and a 1. It's going to be DeAndre Lewis picking up the win in that left lane off that 915 mark. Up next, Jalen Burris from St. Anne, Missouri, with 929, taking on Eric Lewis Sr. from Florissant, Missouri in the right lane with a 902. Jalen Burris with the win, 960 and a 2, 135 in the green for Burris. Eric Lewis Sr. not too far off, 127, but 948.4 is not going to get it done. And it's going to be Jalen Burris with the win in the left lane. Up next in our right lane, Dennis Abrams from Cottage Hills, Illinois with 905 on the dial. Taking on Brandon Childress in the left lane from Altamont, looking for a 924. Well, trouble in the left lane or the right lane for Dennis Abrams, and Brandon Childers picks up the win in the left lane with 9:26 and a 1/300 in the green. Up next, we have our Junior Street matchups here in the right lane. Layla Thomas, 9:51 on the dial from St. Louis, Missouri, taking on Braxton Pettis from Arnold in the left lane in the Volvo, looking for a 996. Red lights for Layla Thomas as Layla breaks out with a 9:48 in the 0, 169 in the green. Braxton Pettis, 300 in the green. It's going to be 10:01 and a 4 for Pettis, difference of 5:54 on that one. And Juliet Reed next up, left lane 12:02, taking on Lily Buchan in the right lane from Troy, the 10:18. Kaysen Martin, attention to the pits. Kaysen Martin, we need you right now. Kaysen Martin, report to the staging lanes right now. Kaysen Martin, we need you to the staging lanes. Kaysen Martin, you are up. Let's go. Julia Reed breaks out with 12:006. 101 off the line. It'll be Lily Buchan with the win in the right lane. 10:38 and a 7. 2:40 off the line for Buchan, moving on in that right lane. Attention, attention everyone, attention everyone. Just for your general information, you must be 16 years of age to operate any vehicle whatsoever. You need to be 16 years of age to operate any vehicle on property. Must be 16 years or older to operate any vehicle, regardless of motor, on property. Thank you.
First pair of S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. Lance Canarium picks up the win light. 30 up front to go 450-28. Lance Canarium was 30 up front, 2 over 8, moves on. Caden Duel 33, couldn't cover the number. 462.3 on the 450 index. Once again, we need Super Pro to the lanes, please. Super Pro. We will take you in the lanes. Is Callie Fisher. Comes up on the solo. Had a perfect qualifying run, 450 with a 0. She'll look to do it again. She'll move on into the next round. Brings up the RPM, rolls into pre-stage. 4.5 seconds to get to 330 foot. Can she do it again? 003 up front. She's got the tree locked down. Stops the clocks, 451.7 on the 450. Lays down 20 total on the solo. Callie Fisher has got that thing figured out today, and she will be tough. Got the rest of eliminations here, as we've got Luca Markham and Kaysen Martin. Say that 3 times fast. Luca Markham and Kaysen Martin will be coming up to you very shortly. Luca Markham will be coming up the left side, your number 5 qualifier. Put it 1 thou under the number. Kaysen Martin, your number 2 qualifier. Put it 31 thousandths above the index in qualifying. And we will see these drivers can do here in round number 1. Brought to you by Alki Digger of S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. Once again, we do need Super Pro. Super Pro, we need you in the lanes, please. Super Pro. You should be in the staging lanes. All right, the junior engines have come to life. Engines brought to life. Crew chiefs bringing up the RPM. Getting the temperatures just right for optimal conditions. Try and go 450 and 330 foot. Who will do it better without going red, without breaking out? Bracket racing, the name of the game, here on one of the biggest stages of Outlaw Index racing here at the Verge Quick Outlaw Series presented by TB Promotions. Race number 2, brought to you by Fab Machining. Final preparations being made, adjusting the lineup. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Bumping in ever so slightly. The 5/10 Pro Tree comes down. This one is all but locked up, going by the Christmas tree. Case and Martin, 13 up front, goes 4:54.8 on the 450 index. Luca Markham just missed it right there. Was 85 up front, 3 over the number, and no good. Case and Martin. Moving on. We've got Super Pro waiting at the arch, and I will throw things back to Leroy as he will take you through round number 1 of Super Pro here at the Carl's 4-wheel drive bracket weekend number 4 and 5.
All right, let's get things started here with our Super Pro matchups in our left lane in the S10. Leanne Morgan, 593 on the dial. Looking to take on Tmie Barbero in the Malibu in the right lane from Moscow Mills with a 6-3. Pre-stage for Barbero. Identical reaction times from both Morgan and Barbero. And it's going to be Morgan with the win in that left lane, 593 and a 1 of the 2800s. Green light for both Morgan and Barbero. 200s on the difference on that one, but it's going to be Leanne Morgan with the win in that left lane. Moving on. Next up, Trent Horton, right lane from Callahan, Florida with a 493. Left lane, Brian Spillers from Mexico, Missouri, looking for a 474. The Florida native breaks out and reds out as it's going to be Brian Spillers with the win, 475 and a 3, 1800s in the green for Spillers, 2100 too early for Trent Horde with a 491 and a 9. And Brian Spillers with the win in the left lane. Next up, Dennis Pearson leaving the water box right now with a 639. Jason Graham still there with a 5.8 on the dial.
Hey, attention back in the pits, attention back in the pits. Randy Crowley, whenever you get a minute, please go down and see Shauna at registration. Randy Crowley, whenever you get a minute, please go down and see Miss Shauna at registration.
It's going to be Dennis Pearson with the win. Quarter second reaction time off the jump. Grams was 200th in the green. 6:42 in the 5 for Pearson off that 6:39 mark. 45 10th out. That's the difference on that one. Nancy Kahn, right lane, 6:18 in the Camaro, taking on Matt Gibbons to the left of the 6:08. Camaro versus Camaro. Let's go. A little squirrely for Nancy Kahn, but the 002 green light gives Nancy the win in that right lane, 6:18 and an 8. Gibbons jumps 1600s too quick, 6:09.8, and it's going to be Nancy Kahn with the victory in the right lane off that 6:18 mark. Difference of 83 10th out. That's the difference. Good run for Nancy Kahn on that one. Next up, John Geerton, right lane, Right City, Missouri, 6:08 on the dial, taking out Scott Offerman. The left, the 5:03. Perfect reaction time for Scott Offerman, a 000 and a 5:03.7, and it's going to be Scott Offerman with the win in the left lane from Highland, Illinois. Geerton putting in a 008, but breaks out because of it, 6:06 and a 1, and that's all Scott Offerman needs to move on with the win in that left lane. Up next, left lane, Kevin Corzine from Florissant, Missouri in the Camaro, 5:83, taking on Mike Eggleston in the right from Highland, Illinois, dialed in at 4:58. Double 04s too early for both drivers. Corzine and Eggleston. 5:80 and an 8 breaks out, but picks up the win. Kevin Corzine with the win in that left lane. Next up, Bradley White, Cedar Hill, Missouri. Dialed in at 6:23 in the Malibu, taking on Kevin Johnson on the right from Forrestville, Missouri, for 6:21. Despite a 002 green light for Bradley White, it's going to be Kevin Johnson with the win in the right lane. 6:21 and a 2, 3100ths in the green for Johnson off the 6:21.2 mark. 001 difference on that one. Next up, Elo Amber in right lane. 6:21 from New Baden, Illinois, taking on Brian Clardy in the left lane from Jerseyville with the 5:89 on the dial. The better jump for Brian Clardy is 1700s in the green, and a 5:93.7 is going to give Clardy the win in that left lane. Elo Amber putting in a 6:25 and a 2, 7300s in the green on that one. It's going to be Brian Clardy moving on in that left lane. Up next, Luke Wolf from Union, Missouri, dialed in at 5:9, taking on Joe Davis in the right lane from Murfreesboro in the Blue Nova, looking for a 6. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Mike Sutton, you have won the drawing for the benefit. Mike Sutton, you have won the drawing for the benefit. Head on over to the tower, over to the bottom of it, and we'll be able to take care of you there. Mike Sutton to the bottom of the tower. Congratulations, you've won the raffle for the benefit for the Junior Dragsters. A 004 green light for Shannon Micheletto, and it's going to be Shannon with the win in that left lane. 451 and a 1 off the 004 green light. Marcel Hewells, 558 and 9, 4500ths in the green. But Micheletto with the win in that left lane. Up next, right lane, Brian Cook, 452 from Arnold, Missouri. Steve Pearson, left lane, Waterbox, 6.5. Staging good. Here we go. Steve Pearson, 0012 quick, and Brian Cook with the win, 1400ths in the green. 453 and a 2 for Cook, 17/10 is the difference on that one. Pearson bringing in a 652 and an 8. And Brian Cook with the win in that right lane. Up next, Wayne Cook, right lane from Hillsboro, Missouri with a 505. Taking on Todd Hansen in the left lane from Imperial, Missouri, dialed in at 618. Wayne Cook, 0012 quick off the jump. And it's going to be Todd Hansen with the win in that left lane, 617 and a 2, 4700s in the green. Both drivers do break out, but Hansen picks up the win thanks to the 001 red light off the jump from Cook. Up next, John Radulowski from Highland, Illinois, dialed in at a 6-3 in the Super Pro matchup, taking on Mark Buttram in the right lane from O'Fallon. 4.5 on the dial for Mark. Both drivers do break out, but Buttram gets off the line quicker, 1700ths in the green, 449 and an 8 off the 450 mark, misses it by 2 thou. John Radulowski, 629 and 7, misses it by 3 thou, so it's going to be Mark Buttram with the win in that right lane. Up next, Randy Crowley Jr., 4-8 on the dial. Crowley's taking on Jeremy Watkins from Rolla, Missouri with a 462. Crowley 007 too quick off the line. This could be Jeremy Watkins with the win, 462 and a 3. 3100ths in the green on that run for Watkins in the left lane. Moving on. Next up, Gary Lewis, 658. Eli Wiggins, 658. Lewis in the left lane, and Eli Wiggins from Alvaton, Kentucky in the right. .001 for Eli Wiggins off the line is not going to get the job done after Gary Lewis puts in a 658 and a 1 1200ths in the green for Lewis, 661 for Wiggins. And it's going to be Gary Lewis with the win in that left lane. Up next in our Super Pro matchup, Danny Radulowski, right lane, 632 from Troy, Illinois, taking on Brant Hansen in the left lane, needing a 619. Pretty similar reaction times for both drivers, but Radulowski's 003 gets the job done. 6:33 and a 3 on the 59.10 thou difference. Hansen putting in a 006, 6:20 and a 5, but it's going to be Radulowski with the win in that right lane. Mike Radulowski now up from Highland, Illinois, leaving the water box right now, looking for a 6 1/4. Taking on Mark Horton in the left lane from Callahan, Florida, needing a 4 1/2. Seventh out difference off the jump, but it's going to be Mark Horton quicker and quicker. 452 and a 7, 1500ths in the green. Radulowski 2100ths, but 627.2 won't get it done, and Mark Horton picks up the win in the left lane. Up next in our Super Pro matchups, Richard Taylor from Baxley, Georgia, dialed in at 453. Kenny Carson right next to him in the right lane with a 4 1/2 from Bristol, Indiana. Kenny Carson gets the quicker jump and picks up the win because of it on a perfect 4 1/2. 1600ths in the green light, but a 4 1/2 gets the job done. Richard Taylor, 453 and a 0, 2800ths off the line. The 122 difference on that one. Kenny Carson with the win in the right lane. Up next, Larry Kahn, dialed in at 451 from House Springs, Missouri. Taking on Gary Stinnett in the left lane from Emporia, Kansas. Dialed in at 567. Pre-stage all lit up. A 002 for Larry Kahn in the right lane. Won't get the job done. Gary Stinnett, 568 and a 2. 2300ths in the green. 481 and a 2 for Larry Kahn in that right lane. It's going to be Gary Stinnett moving on in the left with the win. Up next, Doug Graff from Troy, Missouri in the left lane in the Camaro. Taking on Lewis Murray in the right lane in the Camaro. So that doesn't help. 613 left lane, 563 right lane. Doug Graff breaks out the 611.7, 2200ths in the green. Murray was 006 quick, 563 and a 6, 33-10 for Graff on the difference maker, but Lewis Murray picks up the win in the right lane. Next up, Terry Lacey from Edwardsville, Illinois in the wagon, putting in a 642 on the dial. Rod Schaefer hoping for a 502 from Trenton, Illinois in the left lane. .006 reaction times for both Lacey and Schaefer, 5:01 and a 1 for Schaefer, but it's going to be Lacey with the win, 6:41 and a 3, despite both drivers breaking out. Lacey picks up the win in the right lane. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hub Saver Jr Pro Eliminator. Hub Saver Jr Pro Eliminator needs you guys to the staging lanes. 13-9 lane 8, 11-9 lane 7. Oh, hold on 1 second. Hold on a second. I messed it up. Hold on. I'll get you the right numbers. Hang on a second. Taking a look at this next matchup, Brent Wagner from Imperial, Missouri, left lane 510, taking on Frank Douglas on the right from Broughton, Illinois with a 458. Wagner jumps a little early. Frank Douglas picks up the win, 5100s in the green, 460 and a 6. Wagner, 1400s too quick, 559 and a 1. Cody Wiggins moving on in that right lane from Keble, Kentucky, 3200s in the green. Cody White, 666 and a 1, 5100s in the green for White in that left lane, but it's going to be Cody Wiggins with the win in the right. Double 0-1 too quick from Morgan Napier in that right lane. It's going to be Terry Candler with the win, 455 and a 6. Thanks to a 008 green light for Candler with the win in that left lane. Up next, right lane, AJ Kelly from Jacksonville, Florida with a 495, taking on Rick Bomarito in the left lane from St. Louis with a 583. Bomarito has an issue, jumps way too early. AJ Kelly with the win that right lane, 501 and a 7. 4700s in the green for AJ Kelly with that win in that right lane. Up next, in our Super Pro matchup, Jerry Bonfield, right lane, 594 from Millstead, Illinois, taking on Guy Quisenberry in the left lane from Chesterfield, Missouri, with a 513. Both drivers break out, but it's going to be Guy Quisenberry with the win that left lane, 509 and a 5, thanks to a 1200s green. Bonfield putting in a 4500s off the line, just 5 thou shy of a half, and 590 and a 3 for Bonfield. Guy Quisenberry with the win in the left lane. Up next is the Super Pro matchup, Rick Suzak, right lane from St. Jacob, Illinois with a 447. Driver on the left with 451. Red lights for both, but it's going to be Rick Suzak with the win after our driver on the left breaks out. 449 and a 4 for Suzak, 0052 quick. Left lane 007 too quick. And Suzak with the win in the right lane. Final call for the Hub Saver Junior Pro Eliminator. Final call to the staging lanes. Hub Saver Junior Pro Eliminators. Need you guys to the staging lanes. Final call. Darren Douglas picking up the win in that left lane. Nearly identical reaction times, just 2 thou difference on the jump. But a 4:54.9 for Douglas picks up the win, courtesy of the 2600s green light. And Douglas with the win, 4:46.8. Just breaks out in the right lane. Darren Douglas with the win in our left lane. Sportsman, you're up. VP Racing Lubricants Sportsman to the staging lanes. VP Racing Lubricants Sportsman, need you guys to report to the staging lanes. VP Racing Lubricants Sportsman, please report to the staging lanes. Thank you. Leanne Morgan left lane, dialed in at 591 from Kentucky, taking on Kennedy Hale in the right lane with a 608 from Peebly, Missouri. .004 too quick for Hale in the red off the jump, and Leanne Morgan picks up the win in the left lane. 5.9 does break out just barely. 35.10 out. That's the difference. 2100s in the green for Morgan. Up next, Angela Belosi on the singles run with the 612 on the dial. Against VP Racing Lubricants Sportsman, need you guys to the staging lanes. VP Racing Lubricants Sportsman, need you all to report to the staging lanes. Thank you. Belosi takes care of his run. 1200s in the green, 613 and an 8. 105 miles an hour across the line. Sportsman, please report to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, please report to staging lanes 5 and 6. VP Racing Lubricants Sportsman, please report to the staging lanes 5 and 6. Thank you. Again, a friendly reminder that the bar will be opening at 7 o'clock for those who are not competing. For those that are done with competition or those who are not competing, the bar will be open at 7 p.m. this evening.
All right, we're going to turn it over to Hub Saver Pro Junior Dragster. Round number 1 coming at you. Junior Pro Eliminator is our index class here for Junior Dragsters. All the indexes are kept separate down to 1, and then they file in together for one pretty large payout here at the Verge Outlaw Series. Advantage going to the left lane. We're in the 790 index category. Wind light, left lane. 48, take 32 thou down there. Turns on the wind light. Right lane, missed it just a tick. Put it 1 thou under the dial in. Cross second. Safety weird. Up next, that's going to bring up Stetson Taylor in the left lane. Stetson, one of our winners from last weekend at our Twin 50s event. I'm assuming Stetson's a local here at World Wide Technology. He's going to look over and take on Lane Fisher. Lane out of the Louisville, Kentucky area. Home track Ohio Valley Dragway. Known the Fisher clan and family for a lot of years. Big supporters of the Verge Quick Outlaw Series. Sure Lane's grandpa's at home watching right now. Shout out, Mr. Perkins. See if Lane can turn on a wind light here in round number 1. Wind light's going to go to Lane. Stetson turns it 15 thou red. Handing the wind light over to the right lane. Lane Fisher, 19-3 above, will get the job done. Moving on. Up next, that'll be Sarah Stewart in the left lane, dialed 790. 790 index. Going to be taking on Bella Hammock. Hammock in the right lane. Both are clean and green. Advantage going to the left lane. Wind light, left lane. Sarah Stewart, 22, 1 above 6. 38 total. Turns on the wind light. Right lane. A little bit over the index. Doesn't turn on the wind light. Sarah Stewart moving on. That'll bring up Miss Jackson Reed. Jackson, our other winner from last weekend at the Twin 50s. Out of the Thoroughbred Realty Clamp. Jackson just graduated high school last week also. So shout out Jackson Reed. She's going to be dialed in, well, obviously 790 index. Taking on Aaron Martin. Aaron in the right lane. Good looking junior with the wing on it. We got a drag race. Jackson with a slight advantage up front. Wind light going to Martin. Jackson Reed puts it under the dial in. Takes 96 thou down there. Got to take 31 or less. Can't do it. Aaron Martin moving on. That'll bring up Miss Kaylee Painter. Kaylee in the left lane, taking on Mr. Eli Wiggins. Getting performance hot rod in the right lane. Dad Trevor, Mom Jamie looking on. Getting performance products, big sponsor, big component to not only the Verge Quick Outlaw Series, TB promotions, but all of Sportsman Drag Racing. If you guys ain't give the Wiggins crew a chance with your carburation systems, I highly recommend you give Trevor and Jamie and the boys a call. Get them performance products. Eli, big advantage. Eli Wiggins in the right lane, looking. Wind light, give it to Eli. 60 up front, takes 35 thou down there to put it 1500ths over the dial in. Eli Wiggins moving on. That'll bring up the Firecracker Performance sponsored, Mitchell Transmission sponsored Junior Dragster in the left lane, Mr. Caleb Hall. Taking on Colton Reed. Both of these cats supported the Verge Quick Outlaw Series last couple of years. Both of them are tough competitors. Reed family out of Ohio. Caleb out of Southern Indiana. Made a trip out here to World Wide Technology Raceway. Gonna get after it. Right here, right now. Oh my. Oh, Caleb Hall is 001 up front. Got 53 thou to work with. He turns it into a wind light. How about 14 total? Oh, Caleb Hall, 001, one above 3. Taking the win. Colton Reed, 54, stops, puts it one above, no good. Caleb Hall moving on. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Barnscape Builders, 4 flat index will take you to the lanes for pairing. Barnscape Builders, 4 flat index. We will take you to the staging lanes for pairing for round number 1. Tension in the pits, 4 flat, we need you. 4 flat, we need you to the back of the lanes, please, for pairing for round number 1. We're going to go with Bolding in the left lane, taking on Lance Canarium. We got a drag race, 6 thou separate them. Wind light, give it to Canarium for the runner out of Louisville, Kentucky. 24, 2 above, gets the job done. Left lane, 30 up front, can't run the index. 795 with a 2 at 79 mile an hour. Doesn't get it done. Lance Canarium moving on to round number 2. Tension to pits, tension to pits. We got a parts call. Mark Horton would like very much an aerospace vacuum pump. If you have a vacuum pump in general, we might be able to make that work. But aerospace preferably. He's parked right near the staging lanes, first row on the pits. Real pretty maroon dragster. Got 3 of them down there. Go see Mark Horton, an aerospace vacuum pump. If you don't know where he's parked, bring it to us at registration. We need a vacuum pump. Thank you. Next up was Luca Markham, Callie Fisher. Sorry, got distracted up here in the tower. Win light going to Luca Markham, 19. Up next, Michael Mudrow. Michael in the left lane, taking on Miss Mia Rabarski. Miss Mia, our 2024 Junior Pro World Champion here at Verge Quick Outlaw Series. Rabarski crew, great people out of the Chicago area. Dad Rick looking on. Mia going to put it in the beams here in round number 1. Trouble for Mia, trying to get it bumped in. Wind light going to Michael, 248. Turns on the wind light, put it 9 over the dial in for the win. Now we'll roll into our 890 S&W Power Sports 890 category of the Junior Pro. These guys will run down till 1 car left, and they will fall in with the 790 cars at that time. There is a bonus for the last one standing in each index. And once again, they're battling it out for the share of the $2,500 to win Hub Saver Junior Pro Eliminator here at Saturday at the Verge Series. Got Brady Glasser in the left lane, taking on Kaysen Martin. Wind lights going to Kayla Kaysen. He puts it a 10th above the dial, and Brady puts it 6 above the 890 index. No good. Kaysen Martin moving on. Looks like I got to bring up Cohen Reed in the left on the bye run here in the 890 portion of Junior Pro. Once again, 4 flat. We need you to the back of staging lanes, please. Barnscape Builders, 4 flat, Ultimate Outlaw. We will take you to the back of staging for pairing for round number 1. 4 flat, we need you. Cohen Reed taking the single. Oh, Cohen. Cohen likes to party, evidently. Jeff Reed got him set up a little hot. Cohen, 866, 75 mile an hour. He'll come back around for round number 2. And that'll bring up our sole 1190 entry here today. Miss Chloe Martin. Chloe, if I'm not mistaken, this might be Chloe's first event of her career. And Chloe will be staging it up here on the 1190 index. She will then fall in with the 890 bunch, as she's the only 1190 competitor here this weekend. Looking forward to watching Chloe and the whole Martin crew chase points all season long at the Verge Quick Outlaw Series. Chloe sponsored by Outlaw Trailers. Dad Dustin, brother Kaysen, and Chloe. How about Chloe Martin? 134 up front in the 1190 ride. Let's see how good Dad Dustin put it on the index. Oh, she's a Martin, all right. She's going 1500ths under the dial in, starting off in event number 1. Watch out for Chloe Martin in a couple of years. Maybe a couple of races knowing that bunch. Chloe Martin, we'll see you in round number 2. All right, once again, 4 flat index. We need you to the back of the staging lanes. That wrapped up Junior Pro round number 1. And we will now be going into World Wide Technology Raceway's some lubricant sportsmen pulling into the water box.
Let's get things kicked off with our sportsman matchups here. Luke Albert's left lane, 11 3/4. Taking on Craig Powell on the right with a 12.85. That's how we'll start things off here in this one.
Tension to pitch, tension to pitch. Junior Pro, Hub Saver Junior Pro. Buybacks are at registration, at the Verge registration in the bottom of the tower. So if you were unfortunate, did not turn our first round win light on in Junior Pro, we have buybacks at registration in the bottom of the tower.
Albert's 2300's too quick off the line. It's going to be Craig Powell with the win in the right lane, 12.89 and a 3. Nearly 9,700s. Just 3 thou shy of a 100th on there, but it's going to be Luke Albert's with the red light, and Craig Powell picks up the win in that right lane in our sportsman class. Next up, Cam Thomas, right lane from Waterloo, Illinois, 15-16. Taking on Bobby Myers, the third in the left lane from Warrenton, Missouri, 12-27. Cam Thomas hits the red lights a lot, but it's still going to be too quick. 15.08 and an 8 does break out. Bobby Myers the third with the win in the left lane. 12.32 and a 1 on the rocket ship. 3-2-1 finish. 7,800 off the line, but man, big win in that left lane. Next up, Jim Buchert, left lane from DeSoto, Missouri. 12.22. Gary Kramer, right lane from East Alton, Illinois with an 11.6 in the Nova. The 008 too quick for Gary Kramer, and Jim Booker picks up the win in the left lane, 400th in the green. 12.26 and a 6. Kramer does break out as well. Just breaking out 1 thou too quick for Kramer, but the 008's going to seal the fate as Jim Booker picks up the win in the left lane off the 12.26.6. 4 thou difference on that. Neil Going, 11.74 right lane from Wentzville, Missouri. Luke Beach, Troy, Illinois in the left lane, dialed in at 11.78. Junior Thunder lane 7, Junior Lightning lane 8 for round 2. Junior Thunder lane 7, Junior Lightning lane 8, Junior Thunder lane 7, Junior Lightning lane 8. Next round of eliminations here, round 2. to be exact. Luke Beach winning in left lane, 1185 in the 4, 3800s off the line. Neil going a little bit slow off the line off the 220 mark, 1179 and a 0. And Luke Beach with the win in the left lane. Up next, Jim Pearson from Winfield, Missouri in the Mustang, looking for an even 12. Steve Zuner right lane from Imperial, Missouri, dialed in at 1236. Steve Zuner picks up the win in the right lane, 12:39 and a 7, 8,700 in the green for Steve. Jim Pearson, 118 off the line, the 12:02 and a 4. That's going to be Steve Zuner with the win in that right lane. Up next, Jim Hanlon from Alden, Illinois in the Chevy 2, taking on Abby Burrow in the left lane in the Mustang. Abby's got a dial of 1222. Jim's got a dial of 1161. Both drivers putting in a 001. The problem is Burrow put a 001 too quick, and Jim Hanlon picks up the win, 1163 and a 9. And it's going to be Hanlon with the win. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Aaron Glasser, we need you to the staging lanes. Aaron Glasser, you are our last driver that we need. Aaron Glasser to the staging lanes, please. Thank you. A 004 for Leah Wheeler gets Wheeler the victory. 1207 and a 0. 700ths off the line. Stevens putting in a 1143 and a 7. 9200ths in the green. Leah Wheeler with the win in the right lane. A deep stage for Mike Davis, but it's not going to be enough as Doug Alberts picks up the win, 12:62 and a 0. Nearly 1/10 reaction time, but it's going to be enough for the victory. Next up, Brad Kemmer. Singles run, 12:13 on the dial. Again, juniors. Thunder, Junior Lightning, need you guys to the staging lanes. Junior Thunder lane 7. Junior Lightning lane 8 for your round 2. Junior Thunder lane 7. Junior Lightning lane 8 for your round 2. Thank you. Next up on singles run, Joe Renaud. Hazelwood, Missouri, 13:52 on the dial.
the groove, right where they want to be. Terry in the left lane, John in the right lane. Oh, now Terry's getting where they want to be. Pre-stage bulbs lit up. Right lane first to go in. Now the left as the tree drops. Wow, talk about an amazing pass. Right lane was just straight up violent off the starting line. That was a wild, probably 400 feet right out of the gate. Awesome reaction time, goes 28 versus the 46, and Terry gets the win. 446 with a 4 up against a 445 with a 4. 8th thou margin of victory. Solo pass out of the left lane. Going to be Rick Morley. Unfortunately, things just not working out for Aaron, as you can see at the starting line area. Rick has already gone 4:14 earlier in the day. Had a whole lot more sun and a whole lot more passes on the track since then, so let's see where we're going to end up. Loping into the pre-stage. And here we go. In about 4 seconds, we're going to see a number on that board. How about 4:04 with an 8, 178 miles an hour. Goes 27 on the tree. And after 4.0 index, we're going to still have some dragsters, this time junior dragsters.
Round 2 fight. Let's get to it. Junior Thunder matchup here. Braden Hearn, living in Litchfield, Illinois, dialed in at 12-7 left lane, taking on Damon Haberberger in our right lane with a 909 from Beaufort, Missouri. One after 909. Green lights all the way around. Who's going to get it? Drag race down the stretch. It's going to be Damon Haberberger with the win in the right lane. Braden Hearn, 004, green light. Fantastic jump. It's going to be Damon Haberberger, 912 and a 2 off the 909 mark. 3,000 difference, 1279 and a 5 for Braden Hearn. Haberberger with the win in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro class, need you guys to lanes 3 and 4 along with buybacks. Pro class, lanes 3 and 4. Pro Class, lanes 3 and 4. Please report to the staging lanes. Pro Class, please report to the staging lanes 3 and 4, includes buybacks. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Verge, for our Verge drivers. If you are looking for a buyback, you can get that at registration. And Jr Dragster Pro as well. Jr Dragster Pro and Verge.
So all Verge competitors and Junior Dragster Pro, if you are looking to buy back, you can do so downstairs. Just go down and see Miss Shauna. All Junior Dragster Pro competitors competing for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series, you can do that. If you lost in first round and would like to buy back, you can do so downstairs. Just be sure and see Shauna down there. Get you taken care of.
And if you are with WWT R, you can get your buyback over by the staging lanes. So big difference between the two. Make sure you go to the right place. All right, up next in our round 2 matchups, Junior Lightning taking on each other. As first is Kelly Fisher, left lane with a 7-9. Fisher's been locked in all day. Carson Elkins, right lane from Alton, Illinois. As both drivers try to get that fabled 7-9. Final adjustments being made. A 003 red light for Kelly Fisher, 785 in the 4. And it's going to be Carson Elkins with the win in the right lane, 790 in the 5, 5900 in the green. Elkins with the win in the right lane moves on to round 3. Up next, right lane, Maya Haberberger from Beaufort, Missouri, dialed in at an even 8, taking on Luca Markham, left lane with a 7-9. Double 04 green light for Luca Markham. That's going to be enough to get the job done. 808 and a 1 off the run. Haberberger putting in an 811. And Luca Markham with the win in the left lane. Up next in our Junior Lightning matchups, right lane, Tori Nolan on the 7-9 mark. Stetson Taylor from Dittmer, Missouri in the left lane. Dialed in at 791. Final call, Pro Class, lanes 3 and 4. Final call to Pro Class, lanes 3 and 4. Final call for our pro class, lanes 3 and 4. Thank you. Ninth out difference on the reaction times as Stetson Taylor picks up the win in the left lane. Tori Nolan trying to hold things down in that right lane, but Stetson Taylor 794 in the 6. And it's going to be enough for Stetson to pick up the win in the left lane. Up next in our Junior Lightning matchup, Sarah Stewart, left lane, 7-9 on the dial from Washington, Missouri, taking on Isabella Hammock in the right lane from Wentzville, dialed in at 794. A 009 red light for Isabella Hammock, and it's going to be Sarah Stewart with the win in the left lane. 791 and a 5, 5400s in the green for Sarah Stewart, picking up the win in that left lane. Next up in our Junior Lightning matchup, getting the tires set right now, Juliet Reed in the right lane, St. Louis, Missouri, 837 on the dial, taking on Eli Wiggins in the left lane, looking for that 7-9. And Juliet Reed with the win in the right lane, 7,800ths in the green light. Really just a 5,000 difference between Wiggins and Reed off the reaction times. 8:39 and an 8 for Reed, picking up the win in that right lane. Wiggins putting in a 794.7. 2,400th difference on that one. Lane Fisher, 7.9 right lane. Michael Murdo, left lane from St. Louis, 792. Michael Murdo picks up the win left lane, 1,900ths in the green, 797 and an 8. Fisher, 795 and a 6 right lane, 3,300ths. Michael Murdo with the win left lane. All right, our next junior lighting matchup, right lane from Florissant, Missouri, Jackson Reed dialed in at 7.9. Timothy Hearn, left lane from Litchfield with an even 8. Red lights for both, and both drivers break out, but Timothy Hearn picks up the win thanks to a 001 red light, 790 and a 2. Reed putting in 4,400s too quick, 788 and a 6. And Timothy Hearn with the win in that left lane. Up next, left lane, Kaylee Painter, 803 on the dial. Our driver on the right, 793. Identical reaction times from both drivers. 1:15 off the line, but it's going to be Kaylee Painter with the win in the left lane. 8:04 and a half, 79 miles an hour. But yeah, 82.10. That's the difference on that one. Big run right there for Kaylee Painter. Next up, Avery Bolding's singles run here. Rock Island, Tennessee, 793 on the dial. $4,300 is too quick off the line, but singles runs okay. 793 in the 9. Avery Bolding moves on. Looking forward to that next round.
And attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. We need round number 2. The Indy Cylinder Heads 450, 470 combo. At this time, we will take 450 dragsters in the lanes 1 and 2, please. 450 index dragsters in round number 2 of the Indy Cylinder Heads 450, 470 combo. We will take you in staging lanes 1 and 2, please.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. At this time, we ask for Indy Cylinder Head 470 to lanes 3 and 4. Indy Cylinder Head 470 index, lanes 3 and 4. 450 index to lanes 1 and 2. 470 index to lanes 3 and 4. Again, Indy Cylinder Head 470 index, lanes 3 and 4. Thank you. All right, let's start things off with our Pro Class here in round 2. Pro Class round 2. Mike Eggleston from Highland, Illinois, dialed in at even 6, taking on Janie Palm on the bike, locked in at 582. Mike Eggleston jumps off the line quicker, but breaks out because of it. Quarter of a second early, too early. Mike Eggleston, 597 and 5. Janie Palm, 585 and a 0.3 thou difference. 4,500 is off the line. Palm with the win in that left lane. Up next, Tmie Barbero from Moscow Mills, Missouri, locked in at 632. Taking on Mike Davis on the right with an 860. Barbero putting in a 633.8 earlier. And Mike Davis breaks out, giving Tmie Barbero the win. 637 and a 3. 2200s off the line. Mike Davis, 216 jump, 2/10 off the line. 853 and an 8 after needing that 860. 7th thou too quick, or 6th thou too quick. And it's going to be Tmie Barbero moving on in that left lane. Right lane, John Radulowski from Marine, Illinois. 626 on the dial, taking on Jeff Kuhn in the left from O'Fallon, Missouri. Locked in at 658. #100th too quick for Jeff Kuhn. Radulowski with the win with the green light, despite breaking out with a 625-2. 8th out too quick, but it's going to be all right. 2800th green light's going to give him the win. Jeff Kuhn 659 and a 6, and Radulowski moves on in that right lane. Up next, Paul Chandler from St. Pierre's, Missouri, in the Malibu, 728. Same thing in the left, excuse me. James Booker at 774. And again, the right lane breaks out. 726 and a 6. James Booker with the win. 777 and 8. 3300ths in the green. Only 1 thou difference on the react times, but Paul Chandler breaks out and Booker picks up the win in that left lane. Matt Lewis, Brighton, Illinois, right lane from the Camaro. 698, taking on Jesse Garcia in the Nova with a 663. .004 green light for Jesse Garcia, and that's going to be enough for the win. 663 and a 0. 3900's difference. 698 on the dial for Lewis, putting in a 701.2. The 3 thou difference gives Garcia the win. Jesse picks up the win that left lane. Up next, Jim Myers from O'Fallon, Missouri in the S10 left lane, 773. Danny Radulowski in the right lane with a 633 from Highland, Illinois. Three thou difference on green lights. 3 thou difference on green lights, but Danny Radulowski with the win. 400s in the green, 634 and a 5, 778 and a 5 for Jim Myers. And it'll be enough for Danny Radulowski in that right lane. Up next, Sam Stewart, left lane, 724 on the dial from Washington, Missouri, taking on Brad Kemmerer in our right lane from Swansea, dialed in at 769. A 006 red light for Sam Stewart. And breaks out as well, 722 and a 4. And Brad Kemmerer with the win, 769-0. 6500s in the green. Brad Kemmerer with the win in the right lane in our Pro Class matchup. Next up in our right lane, David Shear from Grant City, Illinois, with a dial of 702, taking on Wyatt Yount in the Mustang with a 632 in that left lane from Burns Mill, Missouri. Red lights for Wyatt Yount in that left lane. David Shear with the win, 703 and the 3, 49, nearly a half-second reaction time, 4900ths to be exact, and picks up the win in that left lane. Or right lane, excuse me, right lane. Dennis Pearson, left lane, House Springs, Missouri, 641 on the dial, taking on Linus Reparda from Bartelso, Illinois. 683, I'll get it right, in the Camaro. Linus Reparda, right lane. Both drivers break out, and it's going to be Linus Raperda with the win, 682 and a 7. 006 green light for Raperda, 4800s in the green for Pearson, 639 and a 7. And Raperda with the win in our right lane. Next up in our right lane, John Radlowski from Highland, Illinois, dialed in at 629. Greg Powell from St. Louis, left lane 818. And Radlowski with the win in that right lane, 4,800s in the green, 629 and 9. Craig Powell putting in an 819 1, 6,100s off the line. Radlowski with the win in the right lane. Eric Bolin, right lane from Columbia, Illinois in the Camaro, dialed in at just south of a 6. Gary Lewis in the left lane from Overland, Missouri with a 658. Lewis jumps early and breaks out because of it. 2,300s in the red, 654 and a 1. Eric Bolin, 601 and a 5, 6,500s in the green. Bolin with the win in the right lane. Speaking of that right lane from St. Louis, Missouri, Arnold Dixon, 623, taking on Steve Zuner in the left lane from Imperial with a 7-8 on the dial. Zuner picks up the win in the left lane, 400s in the green, 5,800s for Dixon, but Steve Zuner, 786 and a 2, 6,000 difference on that one. Dixon, 629 and a 4, and Steve Zuner with the win in the left lane. Next up, Kevin Corzine, left lane from Florissant, Missouri, 583 on the dial, taking on Ron Beach III with a 626. Ron Beach III breaks out with a 625 and a 1. Kevin Corzine with the win. 583 and a 2. 4,200s in the green for Corzine. 61 10,000. That's the difference. Great run for Kevin Corzine in that left lane. Up next, left lane, Joe Renaud, Ladue, Missouri, 875. Taking on John Tigner from Hillsboro with a 621. John Tigner breaks out with a 620 and a 1, 2,400s in the green. Joe Renaud, 885 and a 2, 1,900s in the green for Joe, picking up the win in the left lane. Next up, James Miller from Belleville, Illinois, 695 on the dial, taking on Doug Graff, left lane from Troy, Missouri, with a 612. .009, too quick for Doug Graff. Breaks out because of it with a 610 and a 7. And the 700 green light for James Miller. Miller does break out as well, 688 and a 7. But the green light for Miller on the jump gives Miller the win in the right lane. Next up, singles run, Luke Beach, 748. Final call for our Indy Cylinder Head 470 Index lanes 3 and 4. Final call for our Indy Cylinder Head 470 Index lanes 3 and 4. Again, final call, Indy Cylinder Head 470 Index lanes 3 and 4. Thank you.
All right, here comes round number 2 of our Indy Cylinder Heads 450, 470 combo. Your first car coming up will be the bye car. Jeremy York rolling up left side. Jeremy York, 18 up front, 3 thou under, moves on into round number 2. Not a bad lap there for Jeremy. He has doubled them both, so we'll see him back around in the 470 door car side of things. Shannon Micheletto and Tyler Smith roll to the starting line now. Tyler Smith on the right side. We'll look over his shoulder and see Miss Shannon Micheletto over on the left side. Stage bulbs lit for Shannon. Tyler Smith takes his time, rolls on in. 007 to a 35. Top end of the racetrack. Win light turns on for Shannon Michaeletto. 007, one above 5. Lays down 22 total. Tyler Smith, 35 up front, had no shot at it. Shannon Michaeletto moving on into round number 2 of our Indy Cylinder Heads 450-470 combo. Is Mark Buttram and Morgan Napier make their way to the starting line. Napier right side. Buttram left side. Mark Buttram does not leave the starting line. Napier 20 up front. And 9 over, clicks it off early. Doesn't see Buttram beside him. Up next, we've got Darren Douglas and Brian Cook. Cook on the right side. Supercharged entry, Darren Douglas. A naturally aspirated combination on the left side. Attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. We will take Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike. Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike. We need you in the lanes. 4,000, separate them. Top bit of the racetrack. Your winner will be Brian Cook. 009, take 11 to go, one above 9. Lays down 28 total. Darren Douglas was 005, 3 over 4, and no good. Brian Cook moving on into round number 3. Is Terry Kamler and Jim Thurston Jr. make their way back to the starting line. Thurston, right side. Kamler, left side. Once again, at this time, we will take Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Motorcycle, Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike. We will take you into the staging lanes, please. Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike. We will take you into the staging lanes at this time. So we are making our way through Pro Charger Superchargers round number 2 here on this beautiful Saturday afternoon at World Wide Technology Raceway. 30 separate and 1 driver is perfect. Top end, your winner will be Terry Kamler. 000, 3 over 3 for the win light. Jim Thurston, 30 up front. Had 3 thou to try and get inside, couldn't do it. Terry Kamler moving on. Next up on track is Marla Hunter and Jeremiah Hall. Hall right side. Went 450 with a 6 last round. Looking to improve and go 450 with a 0 right here. Marla Hunter. Be a tough competition for Jeremiah right here in round number 2. Once again, we do need Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike. We do need you in the staging lanes, please. Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Motorcycle. We need you in the staging lanes, please. And attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you in the lanes. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you in the lanes at this time. Jeremiah Hall had the reaction time advantage. He was 17. Hunter was 22. Hall went to the finish line, took 10 thou, had to take 9 thou or less. Breaks out by 1 thou. Hunter, 22, dead 4, lays down 26 total and moves on. Next up, Tyler Sizemore and Kenny Carson. Kenny Carson, right side. Sizemore, left side. Pair of heavy hitters, young guns, out here making a name. Got a gut feeling this will be a good drag race here in Pro Charger round number 2. Kenny Carson anticipates the light, jumps the gun. Tyler Sizemore is 002 red and moving on. 448 on the 450. Kenny way red there. Left on nothing. Goes 449-2 on the 450. Karsten Bloom, 000, dead 6, lays down 6 total here in round number 2. Talk about a great lap right there for KB. He's showing you why. He's the Verge World Champion right here in World Wide Technology Raceway. Jonathan Wagner let go 16. It was just out there making a time run at that point, 448.5 on the 450 index for Wagner. Karsten Bloom lays down 6 total here in round number 2 of the Indy Cylinder Heads 450-470 combo. As we are rolling into the 470 door car side of things, it'll bring up Dustin Martin and Jim Huggett. Dustin Martin, 003, 3 over 4, moving on into round number 3. Lays down 37 total. Jim Huggett let go 33 to go 3 over 1. And was out there making a time run at that point. Dustin Martin moving on is Rick Taylor and Chris Smith back up to the starting line. And attention to the pits. Commercial Safe and Lock Motorcycles, we will take winners all the way to the front, winners all the way to the front, and buybacks, we will take you at the midpoint. Buybacks at the midpoint, please, for Commercial Safe and Lock Motorcycles. Identical reaction times. Top end, your winner will be Rick Taylor. 21, take absolutely nothing. Takes 2:10 thou to go 468. 4 on the 470. Chris Smith needed to get on the brakes a little bit more. Couldn't do it. And Rick Taylor will be moving on into round number 3. A flat, nasty drag race right here at Pro Chargers Superchargers round number 2. So their bye car will come on out. Joseph Beller. He will fly solo. We got a few more pair left behind him to round out round number 2. The Indy Cylinder Heads 450-470 combo. Once again, Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro bike. We will take you in the lanes. Bellard 48, 1 over 3, moving on. Once again, motorcycles, winners all the way to the front, losers at the midpoint, please. Winners all the way to the front and losers at the midpoint. And at this time, we will take S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you in staging now, lane number 7, S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you into the staging lanes at this time. Your next pair on the racetrack will be DJ Manica and Jeremy York. Jeremy York laid down a good lap in the dragster, comes back around to the door car. We'll see what he can do. But DJ Manica be looking to shut that down here in round number 2. The Cavalier for Manica. York in the S-Dive. Micro adjustments there for York, left to right, making sure we're aimed straight down. The drag strip here at World Wide Technology Raceway. York rolls in pre-stage first. Wheelie bar set over there for Matica. Once again, commercial safe and lock motorcycle. Winners all the way to the front. Buybacks at the midpoint. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. We will take you in the lanes as well. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Who will stage first? Matica goes in first. Jeremy York bumps in and rolls through. Matica waits on him to stage, knows there was a problem. Runs 465.7, the 470. And he will make his way into round number 3. Unfortunate loss there for York. His car rolled right through the beams there. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. This is the final call, absolute last and final call for commercial safe and lock Super Pro motorcycle. Last and final call for commercial safe and lock Super Pro motorcycle. Winners, you should be all the way in the front. Buybacks, you should be at the midpoint. Once again, we will take S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330 over there in lane 7. And attention to the pits. Attention to the pit area, please. At this time, we will take Marine Coin Company, Junior Street. Marine Coin Company, Junior Street. We need you in staging as well. Marine Coin Company, Junior Street. We will take you in the lanes as well. In the lanes at this time, we really should have commercial safe and lock Super Pro bike, S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. Marine Coin Company, Junior Street, you should be on your way into the staging lanes. As that'll do it for round number 2 of the Indy Cylinder Heads 450 and 470 combo. It's a beautiful day out here at World Wide Technology Raceway for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series presented by Tmie Promotions. Race number 2 brought to you by Fab Machining and Carl's 4-Wheel Drive and Performance. Summit ET Series here at World Wide Technology Raceway. On behalf of Verge, we'd like to thank our great sponsors who help make this possible. Barnscape Builders, Outlaw Trailers, Rick's Powder Coating, Indy Cylinder Heads, The Hub Saver, S&W Power Sports, Two Girls Garage, Alky Digger, Pro Charger Superchargers, Hoosier Racing Tire, Jegs, Mickey Thompson, Fuel Factory, Fab Machining, Get 'em Performance, Honey Creek Collision, PBM Performance Products, Lincoln Electric, Locar, Maxima Racing Oils, Drag Race Solutions. Of course, our low qualifier award sponsors, MSR Suspension, Star Machine, Mitchell Transmissions, and Griswold Racing Engines, and Featherlight Batteries, all helping make this event and the whole season possible for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series. Next month, we'll be traveling down to Montgomery International Dragway for race number 3. From there, we'll go to Edgewater Sports Park in July for race number 4. Beach Bend Raceway Park in Bowling Green, Kentucky, race number 5 in August. We'll go to London Dragway in September, and we'll close out the season for the Verge Quick Outlaw Series at US 60 Dragway in Hardinsburg, Kentucky, the later part of October. So once again, Super Pro Bike, you guys should be in the lanes getting suited up and getting ready to roll around the corner. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330, you should be in the lanes already. And Marine Coin Company Junior Street, you need to be on your way to the staging lanes for your next scheduled round of competition. Of course, we'd like to thank everyone for coming on out to World Wide Technology Raceway. There were some pretty violent storms that went through the area last night. Our thoughts and prayers go to all of those involved. Some of you watching at home have family involved, and some of you might have been affected yourself. So we're thinking about you. We're praying for you. We miss you out here, but we understand that family and home comes first. It's on a brief pause, pairing some cars back up in the lanes. We'll get back to racing here very shortly. Super Pro Bike, you guys should be suiting up and getting ready. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330, you should be in the lanes getting ready to roll, as well as Marine Coin Company Junior Street. You all should be back in the lanes and getting ready to roll down this beautiful race facility here at World Wide Technology Raceway. The sun's setting, and we'll be burning some heat underneath the arch here in Madison, Illinois, this beautiful Saturday afternoon.
Couple of reminders for everyone that's here. The bar is now open for those of you who are of age who are not competing or who are done with competition. The bar is open. Also, a friendly reminder that there is a booth open over at the Racer Gate until the end tonight for refunds on two-day crew wristbands. The booth that's closest to 203. But yeah, there's a booth open at the Racer Gate until the end tonight, room 203, where you can get refunds on two-day crew wristbands. So if you are interested in that, or if you need a refund on that, head on over to room 203. Room 203. That's where you can go to get that all taken care of, and get yourself taken care of as far as a wristband. We'll get ready here for our commercial safe and lock Super Pro Bike here in just a second. But again, the bar is open as well for those of you who are done competing or who aren't not competing today. We'll have that for you as well. Continuing with round 2 here with our commercial safe and lock Super Pro Bike. Again, continuing with round 2 here as Jamie Miller in the right lane with a 10-3 from Macomb, Illinois, taking on Charles Willis Sr. in our left lane from Bunker Hill with nearly a 9.5 dial, 949. Jamie Miller picks up the win in the right lane. 400ths in the green off the jump. 10.68 in the 9. 141 miles an hour across that line. Charles Willis Sr. 8300ths in the green. 9.95 in the 2 after that 9.49 mark. But it's going to be Jamie Miller with the win in the right lane. Up next, Jason Miller, right lane. 9.55 from Macomb, Illinois, taking on Phil Humphrey in the left lane from Collinsville, looking for an even 9. A quarter of a second reaction time for Phil Humphrey is going to be enough to get the job done. 9:06 in the 0. 6,000 on the difference on that one. Or 600s, excuse me, 600s on that one. 9:56 in the 0 for Miller, but it's going to be Phil Humphrey with the win in the left lane. Next up in our commercial safe and lock Super Pro bike class, Ace Willie, right lane from Macomb, 12.5, taking on Eric Lewis Sr., looking for a 9:03. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro to the staging lanes to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Thank you. Eric Lewis Sr. with the win in the left lane, 174 off the line, 9:21 and the 0. Ace Willie putting in a 17.94. So Eric Lewis Sr. picking up the win in that left lane.
Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Any vehicle or bicycle to be operated, you must be 16-year-old with a valid driver's license. There is no joyriding permitted. Anyone who is caught and not 16 that's operating a bicycle, joyriding around, and if you don't have a valid driver's license, your car may be asked to be done for the day. So once again, parents, help us out. We got some kids running rogue out there. You must be 16 with a driver's license to operate any sort of motorized vehicle, and absolutely no joyriding on any sort of bikes or anything like that. Thank you.
Abrams versus Abrams here. Dennis Abrams, left lane, 9:07 from Cottage Hills. Mark Abrams in the right from Bethalto with a 9:28. And it's going to be Mark Abrams with the win after Dennis breaks out with a 9:06 and a 4. Mark Abrams putting in a 9:32 and a 4. 5,300s off the line. Abrams with the 8,600s with the 9:06.4 on the breakout. 6,000 too quick. And Mark Abrams with the win in the right lane. Up next, Nicholas Stewart, right lane. Troy, Illinois, with an 8:36 on the dial. DeAndre Lewis, left lane from Glen Carbon with a 9:14. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need the Reed parents and Wiggins parents to the tower. Reed parents and the Wiggins parents, we need you guys to report immediately to race control. Reed and Wiggins parents to race control. Thank you. Nicholas Stewart with the red light, and DeAndre Lewis picks up the win, 9:17 and a 6, nearly a quarter second reaction time, 2400s in the green. The 9:17 300s off the line, and DeAndre Lewis picks up the win in the left lane. Up next, Jalen Burris, right lane from St. Anne, Missouri, 9:29 on the dial, taking on Dale Stewart in the left lane from Brighton, Illinois, 8:26. Again, the tension in the pits, the tension in the pits. We again ask that if you are, that you must be of 16 years of age or older with a driver's license to operate any vehicle on property. 16 or older and must have a valid driver's license to drive any vehicle on property. No joyriding allowed, please. And if we catch you, we could ask that your car be done for the day. So keep an eye on that, and please park any vehicles that you shouldn't be riding on. Thank you. All right, final call on Super Pro. Final call on Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Final call, Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Final call for Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Thank you. All right, again, after our little housekeeping break, Jalen Burris, right lane, St. Anne, Missouri, 929. Dale Stewart, left lane, 826 from Brighton, Illinois, in this commercial safe and lock Super Pro bike motorcycle matchup. Neck and neck down the stretch, but the rider that's going to pick up the win is going to be Dale Stewart. 7,700 in the green, 845 and a 0 off the 826 mark. 963.5 for Jalen Burris. 5 out of a half second, and Dale Stewart picks up the win in that left lane. Next up, Scott Leonard from Glen Carbon, left lane, 910, taking on Darnell Dickerson in the right. Locked in at 931. Darnell Dickerson, 1 thou too quick in the red. And it's going to be Scott Leonard with the win. 923 and a 6, 4,400 in the green. Dickerson putting in a 939-1. But that 1 thou is going to doom Dickerson's ride. Scott Leonard picks up the win in the left lane. Brandon Childers on by. This is his ride. Altamont, Illinois native. 924 on the dial. Again, a friendly reminder that if you need refunds on two-day crew wristbands, you can head over to booth 203 over here in the tower room 203. And they'll be open till the end tonight for refunds on two-day crew wristbands. Two-day crew wristbands, room 203. That's where you can go to get that taken care of, room 203 for refunds on two-day crew wristbands. Also a friendly reminder that the bar is open for those that are not competing or those that are done. Yeah. Childress putting in a 10-15-1, 403 off the line. Wrapping up that. It's now time for Junior Street. Brought to you by Marine Coin Company. Marine Coin Company, Junior Street. Lily Buskin, left lane, 10 1/4. Taking on Jacob Phillips in the right with 9 1/2. Jacob Phillips with the win in the right lane, 9:55 and an 8, 263 hundredths in the actually nearly identical reaction times, only 1 thou difference, 264 and a 263. The Buskin putting in a 10:31, 8 off the 10:25 mark, and Jacob Phillips moves on in the right lane. Singles run here for Braxton Pettis from Arnold, Missouri, 994 on the dial. Pettis jumps 3/4 of a second too early, but a singles run's going to be all right for that. 10-10 and a 5 off the 994 mark. Wrapping up our Junior Street Class 4 Round 2.
Well, all right, here comes S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330 semifinal round. Is staging up right now. On the left-hand side of the racetrack, your number 1 qualifier, Callie Fisher. She will look over to take on Lance Canarium. Lance, your number 3 qualifier. 450 is the index. 330 feet is the distance. Make it to the finish line first without breaking out or red lighting, you will be the winner. Simple as that. Your top 3 qualifiers have made it to the final 3. The winner here will take on Kason Martin in the final round of S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. The 510s Pro Tree will drop. And they are out green. And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, Callie Fisher has killed the tree all day long, and she did it again. 002, take 008 to go 4 over 6. Canarium was 27 and 2 over 9, and no good. Callie Fisher has been on a mission here today, and she will come back in the final round to take on Kason Martin. Kason from the Outlaw Trailers camp came into today at your number 2 qualifying position. Went 453-1 to get that spot. As he will look to come back in the finals. make it happen against Callie Fisher. We've got Super Pro waiting at the ready line. Super Pro, if you're not in the lanes, you should be. Super Pro, if you are not in the lanes, you should be. Final preparations being made on Kaysen's car. Dad rolls them up close to the beam. Taking their time. They got the bye run. See what they can do. Pre-stage is lit. Rolls on into stage. Hammer down East 15 up front. We might have a great final round matchup later on. 4:53.2 on that 450 index. Kaysen Martin lays down a great lap right there. And he will come back in the final to face Miss Callie Fisher. As that'll do it for the semifinals of S&W Power Sports Junior 450 330. Yeah, we got Super Pro waiting at the ready line. Junior Pro, you are on standby. The Hub Saver Junior Dragster Pro, you are on standby.
Super Pro time, round 2 Super Pro. Getting things kicked off here with Leanne Morgan in the left lane, 589 on the dial, taking on Trent Horton in the right from Callahan, Florida. Looking for just two thou shy of 498. A 006 red light for Trent Horton. It's going to be Leanne Morgan picking up the win despite breaking out with the 588.9. 1/10 green light for Leanne picking up the win in the left lane. Up next in our Super Pro matchup, Tommy Barbero taking on Kennedy Hale. Barbero with a 631 in the left lane from Moscow Mills, Missouri in the Malibu, taking on Kennedy Hale on the right from Peevely, Missouri with a 609 on the dial. Kennedy Hale breaks out with a 608 and a 3, and Tommy Barbero with the win in the left lane thanks to a 004 green light, 631 and a 7. 7 foul difference on that one. It's going to be enough for Tommy Barbero to pick up the win in the left lane. 7th out too quick in our right. Next up, Kenny Carson, right lane, 4.5 from Bristol, Indiana, taking on Brian Spillers in the left lane from Mexico, Missouri, 474. Both drivers break out, but a 001 green light for Brian Spillers gives Spillers the win in the left lane. 473 and a 5 thou too quick off the line. And Carson was pretty close there as well. It's going to be Brian Spillers with the win, though, in the left lane. Up next, Bradley White in the left lane from Cedar Hill, Missouri, 624 on the dial, taking on Kevin Johnson in the right from Forestville, Missouri. Johnson's got 620. A 005 for Bradley White will end White's night. 623 and the 9 does break out as well. Kevin Johnson, 622 and the 1. 1700s in the green for Kevin Johnson in our right lane. Up next, left lane, Jeremy Watkins from Rolla, Missouri, 462. Taking on Frank Douglas in the right lane from Broughton, Illinois. Locked in at 4-6. Double 0-1 red light for Jeremy Watkins, who also breaks out with a 458.9. And Frank Douglas picks up the win, 622 and a 6. Frank Douglas moves on in the right lane. Up next in our Super Pro matchup, Elo Amburn from New Baden, Illinois in the right lane, 621 on the dial in the truck. Taking on Dennis Pearson in the left lane in the Camaro. From House Springs, Missouri, has a 639. A 600th difference on the reaction time is going to give Elo Amburn the win. 100th in the green, 622 and a 3 after Pearson putting in a 642.6. It's going to be Elo Amburn with the win in the right lane. Up next, Richard Taylor, right lane from Baxley, Georgia. 452, Matt Gibbons, left lane from Columbia, Missouri with a 608. Christmas tree goes, and here they go. As it's going to be Matt Gibbons, courtesy of a 001 green light. And Gibbons picks up the win, 608 and a 0. Nearly right on the money, but it's going to be good enough for a win. Richard Taylor, 452 and a 2. 3,400s in the green, but Matt Gibbons with the win in the left lane. Up next, Gary Lewis, 658 from St. Anne, Missouri, taking on Nancy Kahn with a 618 in the right lane. Identical reaction times, and both drivers break out. Gary Lewis picks up the win, though, in the left lane. 657 and a 7, 3 thou difference for both, actually. Holy cow, just 1/10 thou. That's the difference. What an absolute close race between two drivers. It's going to be Gary Lewis on top by literally a hair. Gary Lewis with the win in the left lane. Oh, my goodness, what a race between those two. Next up, Brian Clardy, 590 on the dial from Jerseyville, Illinois. Mark Horton in the right lane from Callahan, Florida with a 4.5. A 006 green light from Mark Horton's not going to be enough to get the job done, and Brian Clardy picks up the win, 590 in the 9, 1300ths in the green. Another really, really close run there, 23 thou on the difference in that one as Brian Clardy picks up the win in the left lane. My goodness. Neck and neck down the stretch for these races. It's been fantastic. Great races this afternoon and evening. Mike Eggleston, right lane, Highland, Illinois, 457, taking on Luke Wolf in the left lane from Union, Missouri, with a dial of 587. Wolf jumps 1600s too quick. Mike Eggleston picks up the win, 457 and an 8, 5300s in the green for Eggleston, picking up the win in the right lane. Up next, Morgan Napier from Greenbrier, Tennessee, in our right lane, 484 on the dial. Gary Stinnett in the Camaro left lane looking for a 567 from Emporia, Kansas. A 001 green light propels Gary Stinnett to victory lane. Morgan Napier 481 and a 9, 1100s in the green, but the breakout will hurt Morgan as Gary Stinnett picks up the win, 568 and a 6 on a great jump from Gary in that left lane. Speaking of the left lane, Todd Hansen coming are in the water box right now, sitting on 617, as is Joe Davis in the right lane from Murfreesboro, Illinois, in the Nova. Both drivers looking for that 617. Neck and neck down the stretch, and in fact, so close down the stretch. And Todd Hansen tried braking, but still broke out. 500 difference on, 5,000 difference on the reaction times, 1800s or 18,000 for Todd Hansen, 13 for Joe Davis. My goodness, 616 and a 4 though for Todd. It's gonna be a win for Joe Davis in the right lane. Randy Crowley Jr. right lane, 4-8 on the dial, taking on Brant Hansen in the left with a 618. Crowley breaks out with a 478 and a 4, only 28 thou difference on that one. Brant Hansen 619 and a 3. And a great run for Brant, picking up the win in the left lane. Next up, Steve Pearson, St. Charles, Missouri, left lane 651, taking on Jason Grams in the right from St. Peters, Missouri, with a 5-8. A 006 green light for Jason Grams gives Jason the win, 582 and a 1. Pearson breaks out with a 650 and a 9, just 1 thou shy of hitting that mark, and Jason Grams is going to pick up the win in the right lane. Next up, right lane, Wayne Cook, Hillsboro, Missouri, 503 on the dial, taking on Terry Kamler from Freeburg, Illinois, with a 452. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Need Scott Leonard to race control. Scott Leonard to race control. Scott Leonard, you are needed in race control. Thank you. Nearly identical reaction times. In fact, 1 thou difference. And Terry Kamler 1500s off the green. 452 and a 1. Wayne Cook 503 and then 8. It's going to be a Kamler win. 87 10 thou on the difference on that one. Great run for Terry Kamler. Next up, Kevin Corzine 582 from Florissant, Missouri in the left lane, taking on Daniel Radlowski in the right lane from Troy, Illinois with a 634. Kevin Corzine breaks out of the 581.7, and Danny Radlowski pick up the win. 635 in the 3, 1400s in the green for Radlowski, 4100s for Corzine, but the 581.7, 3,000 difference on that one. Radlowski picks up the win in the right lane. Up next, Angelo Belosi in the Camaro, 612 on the dial, taking on Guy Quisenberry in the right lane from Chesterfield, Missouri with a 509. Close one on that run, but Guy Quisenberry with the win. 8-10 thou, holy cow. 004 green light, 509 and an 8. Pelosi 612 and a 1. Another fantastically close race. Guy Quisenberry with the win in the left lane. Up next, John Radlowski Sr., right lane, 628 from Highland, Illinois, taking on Rick Suzak in the left lane from St. Jacob, Illinois, with a 451. .002 green light for Radlowski Sr. Perfect 4 at the 330 mark, but a 628.0. Rick Suzak, 451 and a 3, 1500s in the green. John Radlowski Sr. moves on in the right lane in another close matchup. Up next, Aaron Douglas, left lane from Greenfield, Indiana, 454. Taking on our driver on the right with a 566.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. At this time, we will take the Hub Saver Jr Dragster Pro Eliminator. The Hub Saver Jr Dragster Pro Eliminator, we will take you into lanes 791 and 2, 890 lanes 3 and 4, and 1190, 5 and 6, please. We will take you in the lanes.
Our driver on the right picking up the win after both drivers break out, but a 002 red light for Darren Douglas gives the win to our right lane. Next up, Mike Radlowski, right lane, Highland, Illinois, 6 1/4. Our driver on the left with a 443. 009 red light for our driver in the left lane. The 625 in the 4, 4100ths in the green for Radulowski, picking up the win in the right lane. Mike Radulowski moves on in the right lane. Up next, Doug Graff, singles run left lane, 6 and 10. $607.2 for Doug Graff after needing a 6-1. 200s in the green on that singles run for Doug in the left lane. Up next in our Super Pro matchups, right lane from Imperial, Missouri, Brent Wagner, 491 on the dial. In the Nova left lane, Shannon Micheletto with the 448 from Warden, Illinois. Shannon Micheletto at the 2700th green light. Brent Wagner breaks out with a 485.9 after needing a 491. And the 457.1 will get the job done for Shannon Micheletto. Moving on in the left lane. Up next in our Super Pro matchup, Amanda Miller from O'Fallon, Illinois in our left lane, 494, taking on Lewis Murray in the right lane from Eureka, Missouri, in the Camaro, dialed in at 563. Breakouts all the way around, but it's going to be Amanda Miller with the win in the left lane. Just shy of a quarter second on the jump. 493 and a 5 on the run from Amanda Miller. Lewis Murray putting in a 561.5, 1200s in the green. Miller picking up the win in the left lane. Up next in our Super Pro matchups, Marcel Hewell's right lane, Dittmer, Missouri, and the Firebird, 558 on the dial. Trenton, Illinois' Rod Schaefer, even 5 in our left lane. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Please, please. Attention, attention. Attention in the pits. I need all commercial safe and lock Super Pro bike competitors. All commercial safe and lock Super Pro bike competitors to room 308 in race control, or in the tower. Room 308 in the tower for all commercial safe and lock Super Pro bike competitors. Again, all commercial safe and lock Super Pro bike competitors, please report to room 308 Please report to room 308. Thank you. Junior. Again, Hub Saver Junior Pro needs you guys to the station lanes, to the assigned lanes you were assigned to. Junior Pro Eliminator to the staging lanes. Thank you. Don Matika, left lane, Franksville, Wisconsin. Sorry, Don. 572, taking on Sean Miller on the right from O'Fallon, Illinois. 466. Double 032 quick for Don in the left lane. 100th in the green for Sean Miller, picking up the win in the right lane after a breakout. Cody Wiggins, 545 from Keble, Kentucky, taking on AJ Kelly in the right lane from Jacksonville, Florida, with a 495. All right, we are on track hold. We are on track hold. Again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need all commercial safe and lock Super Pro Bike competitors. All commercial safe and lock Super Pro Bike competitors need you guys to room 308 immediately. Again, all competitors for commercial safe and lock Super Pro Bike need you to room 308 in the tower. Thank you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman needs you to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. VP Racing Lubricants Sportsman needs you guys to report to lanes 5 and 6. Thank you.
Round here at Barnscape Builders, 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw Index. Bobby Churchill is rolling up and backing up on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Put up an impressive box score today. 410 when he was finishing up his license earlier. Once he entered, it went 405 and a 405. Bobby has this thing figured out. You can see that thing is shaking and a rocket. He's 28 up front, going to run on down the 660-foot strip. 4049 at 178 miles an hour. Bobby Churchill is making great laps here in 4-flat Ultimate Outlaw Index and will come back in the final round and face the winner of this pair. And attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. At this time, I do need our 450 dragsters. Take our 450 dragsters that are competing. And the Indy Cylinder Heads 450, 470 combo. 450 dragsters. And the Indy Cylinder Heads 450, 470 combo. We will take you in staging lanes 1 and 2. And at this time, we will take our 470 competitors. And the Indy Cylinder Heads 450, 470 combo in lanes 5 and 6, please. So 450 competitors, we need you in lane number 1 and 2, and 470 competitors, lanes 5 and 6. Is Rick Morley and John Biaggi pull their way to the pre-stage beam. Rick Morley, the roots blown entry on the left side. John Biaggi, the nitrous oxide assisted entry on the right side. They're both out of the gates green. John Biaggi rattles down low, kicks to the left, on and off the throttle. Win like John Biaggi. 4035 at 178. Rick Morley was 003, got out there and gave it back to go 4092 at 167. John Biaggi will come back in the final round and take on Bobby Churchill. As we have World Wide Technology Raceway's Junior Dragster Thunder category rolling into the water box. And I'm going to toss things back to Leroy. Once again, we do need our 450 dragsters that are left in competition in our Indy Cylinder Heads. 450, 470 combo into lanes 1 and 2, please. 450 dragsters, lanes 1 and 2, and 470 door cars. We will take you in lanes 5 and 6, please, for the next scheduled round of competition for the Indy Cylinder Heads 450, 470 combo. 450 dragsters 1 and 2, 470 door cars, lanes 3 and 4.
All right, this matchup, Dan Haberberger, right lane, 910. Stetson Taylor, left lane, 790. Stetson Taylor breaks out with a 789.9. It's going to be Damon Haberberger with the win, 910 and a 2. 9,300 in the green on that run, but 1,000 difference for Stetson Taylor. Haberberger with the win in the right lane. Up next, Sarah Stewart, Washington, Missouri, right lane. Timothy Hearn, left lane from Litchfield. Both drivers looking for a 7.9. Sarah Stewart with the win in the right lane, 807 and a 2, 3800s in the green for Sarah in that right lane. Timothy Hearn, 9800s, just 2 thou shy of 1 second. Or no, 100th. My goodness. I got to stop. 807 and a 2. Sarah Stewart with the win in the right lane. Next up, Avery Boulding, right lane, 794. Carson Elkins, left lane, 790.
Once again, we do need our 450 index dragsters in lanes number 1 and 2. 450 index dragsters. We need you in lanes 1 and 2. And 470 index door cars. We will take you in lanes 5 and 6, please. 470 index door cars. We need you in lanes 5 and 6. And 450 index dragsters. We need you in lanes 1 and 2 for the next round of Indy Cylinder Heads 450, 470 combo.
003 for Carson Elkins, up for the victory, 793 and a 1. Boulding putting in a 794, 1, 3600s in the green. Carson Elkins with the win in the left lane. Next up, Luca Markham, left lane, 790. Juliet Reed in the right lane, St. Louis, Missouri with an 840. Both drivers break out, but a 003 for Markham in the left lane is going to give Juliet Reed the win in the right, 9200s in the green. 789 and an 8 for Markham, 837 and a 1 for Reed in the right lane. Juliet Reed moves on. Next up, right lane, Kaylee Painter, 803. In the left lane, Michael Murdo from St. Louis, Missouri, 795. Red lights all the way around on both sides. 004 red light for Michael Murdo, and 2900 is too quick for Kaylee Painter. 8008 for Painter across the line, 793 and a 6 for Murdo. Murdo picks up the win in the left lane. Again, a couple of reminders for you this evening. A couple of reminders for you that the bar is open for non-competitors, and those who are done. Bar is open over on the other near the where the food is, over on the other side near the concession stand. And if you need a refund on 2-day crew wristbands, you head over to the booth closest to 203, and they can take care of you right there. Tmie Barbero leading things off here in a pro class. In the left lane, 630 from Moscow Mills, Missouri, taking on John Radlowski in the right lane from Highland, Illinois with a 628. $4,800 in the red for Tmie Barbero, and despite breaking out, John Radlowski will pick up the win courtesy of the 2200's green light. 627-0. 100th too quick, but Radlowski picks up the win in the right lane. Up next, Linus Raperda, Thalta, Illinois, 680 on the dial, taking on Kevin Corzine in the left from Florissant with a 581. Raperda with the win in the right lane, 683 and a 4. Close to the century mark on the miles per hour. 2600s in the green, 230 off the line for Corzine. 582 and a 7 is not going to get the job done. Linus Raperda moves on in the right lane. Danny Radlowski, right lane, Highland, Illinois, 632. Taking on James Miller from Belleville, Illinois in the left with the 680. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro Bike to lanes 5 and 6. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330s. Need you guys to lanes 7 and 8. Again, Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike to lanes 5 and 6. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330s. Need you guys to report to lanes 7 and 8. Thank you. Janie Palm in the left lane taking on Eric Bolin. Bolin's going to break out. Palm picks up the win in the left lane. 586 and an 8. 2300 in the green for Janie Palm. 598 and a 2 for Eric Bolin. And Janie Palm picks up the win in the left lane. Up next, right lane, John Radlowski Jr. 6 1/4 from Marine, Illinois, taking on James Bookert in the left lane from DeSoto, Missouri with a 776. Again, Commercial Safe and Lock Super Pro Bike needs you guys to lanes 5 and 6. S&W Power Sports 450 Juniors 330s need you guys to lanes 7 and 8. Identical reaction times, but not identical results. John Radlowski Jr. picks up the win in the right lane, 626 and a 6. Both drivers 4,500 in the green, 7,800 for Bookert, and Radlowski Jr. picks up the win in the right lane. Up next, David Shear, Grant City, Illinois in the right lane, 701 on the dial, taking on Joe Renaud in the left lane with an 885 in the Camaro. David Shear hits the red light. Joe Renaud using a 003 to propel him to the win. 889.5 in the left lane. Joe Renaud moving on. Next up in our pro class, Luke Beach, left lane, 746 from Troy, Illinois, taking on Steve Zuner from Imperial, Missouri, 782. Again, identical reaction times off the jump, but it's going to be Luke Beach picking up the win after Steve Zuner breaks out with a 780 and a 3. 746-1 for Beach is enough for Luke to pick up the win in the left lane. Up next, Jesse Garcia from Collinsville, Illinois, left lane 662. Brad Kemmerer in the right from Swansea, Illinois, dialed in at 769. Jesse Garcia with the win, left lane, 666 and a 9, 1600s in the green, Kemmerer 8100s off the line, 770 and an 8, and Jesse Garcia with the win in that left lane, moves on. Next up, 450s. Next up, 450s.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here comes the Indy Cylinder Heads 450 Index Dragsters. Is a part of the combo here. I believe we've got 8 dragsters that remain. 4 door cars, 8 dragsters. And ladies and gentlemen, attention to the pits, attention to the pit area, please. At this time, we need commercial safe and lock, Super Pro Bike. Commercial safe and lock, Super Pro Bike. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. And Marine Coin Company, Junior Street. To the lanes, please. Marine Coin Company, Junior Street. S&W Power Sports 450 Junior 330. And Super Pro Bike, we will take you into the staging lanes at this time. As Terry Kamler and Morgan Napier kick off the round. Napier right side. Kamler left side. Green lights appear. 9 thou separate him through the finish line. The win light will shine for Terry Kamler. He's 16 up front and dead of 3. Lays down 19 total. Morgan had the reaction time advantage by 9 thou. Took 19 thou of stripe to be 7 thou under. Had to take 12 thou or less there. Couldn't do it. Terry Kamler will be moving on. Your next pair on the racetrack will bring up Tyler Sizemore and Brian Cook. Brian Cook on the right-hand side, the Cookie Monster. And Tyler Sizemore on the left side. Both of these dragsters on the line are supercharged entries. Looking to go 450. 660 feet the distance. 450 the index. Green lights a pair and 1 driver is perfect. Top end. Your winner will be Brian Cook. 000. Take 006 to go 1 above 0. Lays down 10 total. Tyler Sizemore is 30 up front and in the way when he let go of the button. He broke out trying to stay alongside and it still wasn't good enough. Brian Cook moves on and down to 4 dragsters. The next pair on the starting line will be Karsten Bloom and it's Shannon Micheletto. Shannon on the right side. I believe the lone female remaining in the Indy Cylinder Heads combo. And a Karsten Bloom, the reigning and defending Verge Quick Outlaw Series World Champ 5 thou separated with the let's go of the button. Your winner will be Shannon Micheletto. 17 take 1 thou to be 3 thou above, lays down 20 total. Karsten had the reaction time advantage by 5 thou, was 9 above the number, and lost in a flat good drag race right there. Shannon Micheletto moving on. The final pair of the dragster portion of things, and we'll set the 4 cars that will come back into the next round. We'll bring up Jeremy York and Marla Hunter. Hunter, the dragster left side, Jeremy York, the dragster right side. Got our 470 door cars waiting behind. Once again, we do need Super Pro Bike, 450 Junior 330 and Junior Street to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Bike, 450 Junior 330 and Junior Street. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Green lights appear, and there's a big reaction time advantage for Jeremy York, and he will capitalize and move on into the next round. He's 26 up front, goes 1 above 0, and will make his way into Jegs round number 4. We are rolling here in Hoosier Racing Tire round number 3. Once again, we need Super Pro Bikes in the lanes, please. 450 Junior 330, final round. And we do also need our Junior Street competitors in the staging lanes as well. Rick Taylor, the proprietor of Rick's Powder Coating, left side. Joseph Beller, right side.